Good morning. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing all right. Full bull on repeat. Uh, I wouldn't call my current feeling super bullish. I think we're going to drop for the first 10 minutes, then rally on the SPY. I mean, I hope the SPY rallies. Even August call IV got wrecked last Friday. Yeah. I wish I'd cut my fucking Octobers. They were like the only things that didn't get burnt to a crisp. Tootsie Roll Dad. You trying to make Tootsie Roll a thing, dork? I'm watching you. What the fuck is that? This piece of shit squeezing? Ooh. Where are the options? What who, what the fuck is this options pricing? Interesting. Have you completely given on the up on the chance of Burr today? No. Otherwise I would have bought puts. And I still think it's possible. I just don't like it in any way. So I'm guessing Lenix's predictions in that thread you posted aren't worth taking seriously. Or does he have any basis for his 60K price prediction? Uh, I think Lenixis snorted about 6 pounds of cocaine last weekend before writing that. I would take it with a grain of salt. It's yeah. Good entry on Cat today. I mean, unless you also know the wolf and speak to him. Good entry on Cat today. Is it wise to do some averaging in this week with GDP coming? I don't know how much Cat cares about GDP, but the durable goods report coming out this morning could have an effect on its price in the near term. So we may see a small return back to that low. Tesla dumped today on down rate. Maybe. I'd watch. I'd be careful with Tesla. I really liked the setup on it too, but I'm not feeling it with the downgrade. I always take Linux's DD with a gram of coke. That's the best way. Is DN, GN, GM numbers updated? Yep. Morning, DV. It wasn't that everyone sold their calls because of the drop. They priced down IV from, 128 to 100. Most of the calls just got stopped out, the ones that sold, and then, after that cascade of selling, um, other people sold out too. I don't know about puts and CCs. I wouldn't have bought those on Friday, but I'm sure some did. I didn't see a big spike in like puts at all though. As a matter of fact, into the end of the day, further dated calls were purchased. So like put call ratio actually improved, but call skew was obliterated. Do I hold my BBY shares through earnings? I was thinking of deleveraging by 25 to 50% and then buying back in, but it's risky now. I don't know if it's risky for earnings. It could be risky for the shareholders meeting. I missed the member stream yesterday. I heard you ranked me number 2 all-time traders. The options price dropped before the price did. Yeah, it did. IV started dropping before the price did. Sniffing copium today for some burr. I don't like opening volume already. I can tell you that much. But we do have a little bit, like they weren't able to crush all of their gamma exposure from last week. They got rid of most of it, but there's a little bit of carryover. Um, and there was a little bit of arbitrage this morning to the positive side. So, although I think some of that, most of that might have gotten resolved in the pre-market, there could be a little bump here. But the low volume is not indicative of a run at the moment. Linux says 63,500. What copium is he puffing? Okay, he's on one. I, I wasn't kidding. I don't think. Will you sell some CCs if we start to drop this week? Probably. Yeah. Got to load up for the next one, right? I'm still in for today and tomorrow on Jamie, BBY, and some others. The broader rally, but I don't think we're going to rally all week like CNBC is postulating. No, I agree. I think when the GDP numbers come in, it's going to be bearish. I don't have a lot of confidence in the rally continuing out until the end of this week. I do have a decent amount of confidence in it over the next couple days. How's Cat looking? I'm gonna buy some 190s. Oil to go to $1,000 a barrel? I doubt it. Because options interest one standard deviation from the current price is very high. How lazy. When GDP numbers this Wednesday? What time are they at? Let me double check the time here. Uh 12:30 p.m. on Wednesday, followed by a Powell speech. 2 new billionaires prior to market open today. Oh, really? Oh, thank you guys so much. I didn't see this come in. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, guys, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn.
Morning, boss. I filed your DRS receipts. Copies on your desk next to the latest BlackRock shill reports. And Lenixus is in reception wearing a wig, insisting we call him Marge. Thank you, Ben Ed. I appreciate it, dude. Are my 715 135 CCs safe? I think they might be, Bipolar Bear. They might be. Got my remaining July 15 call now, or wait and see? I mean, I would have gotten out of it on Friday. But I mean, it's up to you if you think that there's a possibility we turn around here. I do not share that confidence. When GDP numbers? Wednesday, 12:30. Do you know anything about Linux's background? Really not for me to comment on. By the way, you got 2 new billionaires. GDP numbers are out in pre-market Wednesday? No, 12:30 p.m. market time. About 30 minutes before Powell's speech. I was out last week. I'm guessing OPEX is more of NOPEX. Yeah. It looked really good right until they just burned the whole call chain. What's your opinion on stock price these next 2 weeks? Down to 110? I think we're gonna see I mean, right now, I theorize that we're gonna see a similar price action that we saw between the end of Feb and March. Mm. See you all on Bastille Day. Later, man. 7-8, add the money, SQQQ plays. How's the QQQ looking? Seven, 8. So 50, what, 50, 5150 or 52? Yeah, it doesn't seem terrible. I don't I don't love the OI there. But the spread's not atrocious. If you're gonna buy that much theta, you can probably have a little bit of flexibility. Do you believe they can drop Jamie to 100 before July OPEX? I think 100 would be hard, but it depends on how much liquidity they have from XRT. Hmm. No, I really don't fucking like that at all. Hmm. Is it possible that any deadline covering that would happen today might spread out over the course of the day or one big dump? Um, it could spread out over the course of the day, except I don't think there's any deadline covering that's going to occur today. Not to any significant degree. Also, we're getting fucking hammered right now. The volume on this is increasing. This is not a good look. I just want to say, I really think we're made better by people like Lenixis. He's working hard, and you can't fault the person for putting their heart into this community. Good on you, Lenixis. Sacrificing his heart for this community. But yeah, no, he does. He does put in a lot of effort. Thank you, Bedhead. If you aren't out of your July 15s by now, you should be. I mean, August. I can't say you're wrong. You're getting hammered for free? I usually pay for this kind of service. Dip before the rip. Sure. J-Fresh, do I win now? Where is he? Where's that fucking bullhorned little cat? Is this a gamma slide? No, this is just shorting. Can you tell us to start selling CCs, please? I mean, that's up to you. When Rainbow Bear Carl on the screen? Carl, no one wants to hear about your bearishness. I heard him in the litter box. Are in the money puts coming in? I mean, probably. Let's take a look. We only have like the first minute of market data, and no. Yeah, it's still too soon to look at the options. We went from 114 to 148 in a week. What are y'all waiting for? Puts are printing, play the downside. Yeah. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so, Odorous Colon. I don't think so. But I might have missed your thing. Or maybe YouTube filtered it. You gotta remember, if you use certain words or phrases, YouTube will filter them out. Make sure I'm on live chat too, so I get a little bit less of that. Carrying a BBY share position with a cost basis of 714 does not seem particularly risky to me. What do you think? I don't think it's particularly risky if you're confident in the turnaround of the company. And if the company's going to go out of business, then it could be riskier. I had some pretty strong tinfoil last night when I was charting at 4 in the morning. Um, man, everything's turning red quick. Except Baba. Yeah, Baba's turned into shit too. Well, it had a nice open though. And Home Depot's hanging in there. Good guy, Home Depot. Jesus Christ. We're drilling for it. I wonder if we find some support soon. You play cat options so you can cat call and not get slapped. Usually, yeah. Oh, I don't think we're tanking for no reason. I think there's a very good reason why we're tanking. I covered it sort of yesterday. Well, no, I covered it yesterday in the weekend stream. Good guy, Greg. Thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll help you get all set up. Thanks, man. Odorous colon, sweet. Oh, you were just checking?
Birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold.
It hurts when you miss my thing. It hurts when you don't tag me. Like you don't want me to see your thing.
Cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fell,
And the money 440p is coming in? That's not a good sign.
But we ain't no code.
What stop losses do you typically carry on a stock like Cat? Usually like 20% or so. This is lit. I only played shares on OPEX, made a decent profit. I'll be playing calls next OPEX because my account will be open by then. Nice, man. Thanks for everything. I learned to stick to my thesis and wait, and to not enter a trade if it's not what we had in mind. Don't FOMO. Always wait for your price target. TR holding strong. I don't know what to do with it, dork. There's the fucking options chain's non-existent. Do we just hope that the market maker writes us calls? Well, I had some tinfoil based on some shit Iken did on what was notably one of his failed investments. Something he tried to do with his unsuccessful takeover of US Steel. Not saying that they all turned out that way, but you know, it's one of the reasons that Iken's not very popular. Spy puts? I don't know. I feel like you could. I mean, this could just be a rejection off of 390 for the spy. Definitely an unexpected one. I'm surprised that the spy isn't a little more stable today. Because of Russia default? Maybe. Did Russia officially default on foreign debt? Back, you can all rejoice now. They had sell obligations for this OPEX. How did we miss that? Huh? Sell obligations? What do you mean? I don't I don't think they had any sell obligations. Am I the only one who does random shadow ban checks? You might be. What tinfoil chart for Bobby did you come up with? It's not a chart. I was just thinking that, and let me preface with this is a big stretch. But what if Cohen was driving the price down until the shareholders meeting, and if they don't follow through with their promises to him, he can buy into the rest of his position at about half the price? This is our support. It's a support range. I think this is more just the spies turning around a little bit here. Yeah, it's called a farce. Would it be good for us if we're holding BBBY though? I mean, it wasn't good for holders of US Steel when Iken did it. What about Iken and TWA? Yeah, that was kind of a fuck up too. Iken hasn't won them all. He's just won more than he's lost, right? No one ever wins them all. Posting DD on SS right now. RC shorting BBY confirmed by Kirk. Don't forget to like the stream because Gherk really likes it when you do that and gives you secret DD. Interesting. How's it not good if he buys a ton of shares? Oh no, that'd be great. Um, the problem with I think Icon was they didn't let him buy more, so they cut him out. And he ended up, I think he ended up just selling out from under everyone, and it dumped the stock. The shareholders were not happy with his entrance and exit. It was bad for shareholders. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't really bad for Icon. I think he made like $200 million or something. I think he saw that they weren't going to do what he wanted, and he kind of like pumped it and dumped it, which left the shareholders holding his bag. Carl Icahn, Icahn. He's a activist investor. The secret DD bullish on BBBY? Could be. Was that the Pulse support line? We have support at 127, but I think this was more the market turning around a little bit. Looks like they're shorting the downside because they're vastly underperforming the SPY right now. I guess you could call it overperforming to the downside. BBY would be way higher than it is now if Cohen never invested, though. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if Cohen becomes a bag holder and sells out of his position, that's not good for us. Fortunately, all those puts kind of expire on the 15th, so I mean, I still think that whoever's doing it is more likely to be a buyout offer, but I did think it was interesting, that correlation. Why do you think RC has a ton of 60 and 80 calls for BBY? I feel like he knows something. Sure. What's better, Cat 190 or 195? Neither of those. They're not far dated enough. Cat can stagnate at its resistances for really long periods of time, Woo Cash. I would be very careful buying anything even remotely short dated on it. Cat could easily just hit like 190 and trade sideways for like a week and a half. It just gobbles up weeklies. It's very, very risky. Also, I'm pretty sure neither of those are expiration dates on Cat. Oh, you're talking about August 5th, August 19th? You wrote 7-5. Oh, that's up to you. I prefer the ones. I usually scale up my Cat position as it pushes up. I generally don't buy all of my like out of the money positions at once, because when it gets rejected, it can get rejected really hard and for a very long period of time. So it generally presents a lot of entry opportunities as it moves up. Very rarely does it just move straight up into the higher like resistance band. Cheapest way to show you have 100 shares of leverage. Yeah, I mean that's really what Ryan Cohen's out of the money calls are for the most part. Although I do think it's interesting that he didn't just cash them after he wrote his letter to the board. I think he's still holding them open. Or if he's selling them very slowly. Or sold them very slowly. Can Ryan Cohen have in the money puts and not report it? Yeah, he's not an insider. All right, I front ran everybody. I'm now the proud owner of 3, count them, 3 shares of Tootsie Roll. Sugar daddies, here I come. Congratulations, dork. Interesting. Hmm. I just playing the downside on Jimmy so much easier than playing the up. It's easier because, you know, GameStop's not worth fucking $140 a share. So the pricing down is a lot easier to play. Whereas the upside is extremely volatile and short-lived. You mentioned some possible fuckery July 6th. Similar to what happened Jan 6th. Could you elaborate? July 7th, Ray Solya. January 6th was the day before XRT was placed, or well, before the thresholding process began on XRT. It was placed on the threshold list on the 17th. July 7th, after market, will be the period where XRT is again placed on the threshold list. I spent the equivalent of a year of college tuition to have a distilled lesson I will never forget about risk management. Chin up, guys. We'll figure it out. Ouch. Sorry to hear that, Draxix. Thoughts on critical margin line? It seems like we're bouncing on it right now. Critical how the fuck do you know their margin? That seems like a sweeping assumption. Tootsie Roll does an awesome shareholder package each year. Dope. Try buying puts before the previous OPEX and tell me it's easy to play the downside. What, May? Didn't we drop to like 116 that Monday? These are because people aren't waiting to take profits on unreasonably high percentage gains. Yeah. The psychology's different. There's too much emotion tied to the upside of GME's movements. Just check SIF search. Am I correct that deep in the money options are still being bought and exercised on GME? A bunch of $20 calls were bought. You are correct in assuming that. I think GameStop was still carrying a fairly decent amount of FTDs. But we'll find out in 3 days. Is selling CCs on GME risky right now? Probably, but I did. Sold a few. 12. SS had some serious DD with lines on it called critical margin. Sounds like horseshit. Um, isn't it July 8th from December 17th to Jan 6th? Was 13 trading days. From June 17th to July 8th is 13 trading days. Yeah, it begins on the 8th, but the 7th aftermarket is likely where we would see something happen. It's 13 full days. So thresholding began on XRT on January 7th. Worth holding on to July 15th, 135s. They're down 44%. We could rally back up if the market drags us. The market looks okay. Yeah. Uh, I don't know. This test is kind of important. It's looking weaker. Uh, you might get a better opportunity than right now, but I don't love it. Um, I worry that we're not going to cross back above VWAP here. And if we get rejected off of VWAP again and hit a new low, then what little value you have left in those calls could be lost. I mean, it's ultimately a decision you've got to make, but there's a chance that we can move back up. It's just not looking good, at least on the market side. If the market recovers in this like low range here and comes back up off the EMA 30, it may try to re-push that resistance, but the sell-off seems to be kind of decent volume. So yeah, I don't love a move back up right now. We've already slid kind of hard. We're down $5. I just want to point out that the move to 128 this morning uh, was definitely the last of the remaining GEX from the previous Friday. It's all fucking gone now. This was market open the previous Friday. Cat going for 189. Yeah, I see it's moving up. Why do SS shills even bother to come in here? They want to save us from ourselves. I think the Fed ended QT and they're back on QE and then haven't officially announced it. I mean, that would be a massive monetary policy change. I think it would be not allowable. without an announcement. I disagree. Think of buying the short leg back post earnings dump. A good strategy? Yeah, it could be. Just close out the short leg and hold the long. And the only way that works against you, I guess, is if Bobby has good earnings or better earnings than expected. Took profit on my put in 10 minutes, set up SL 10% limit sell, $300 back in my pocket. 5% of my OPEX loss is back. I'm learning. Nice, Yurka. Congratulations, dude. So glad to get practical lesson in stop limit versus stop loss last week because it just preserved my profits from my puts. Thanks. No problem, man. Simple question, Gary. Should I buy BBBY right now, considering I own like some shares at 15? I mean, you can average down if you want to own more of it. You're averaging down at a 50% discount from your current cost basis. So it'll put a dent in your cost basis for sure. Is this the cheapest it can be? I don't know. I could see it moving back down to 6 or sub 6. Maybe I'll sell some puts on it. Yeah. The return on capital is garbage. Rather just make money on something else and buy it later. Apple's having a decent day. It's hanging in there. Tesla looks like it's fucking just chopping. I don't like this. Just not gonna give me a fucking opportunity today at all, huh? Fucking bitch. I'm 36. Setup is so nice though. Options. Hmm. Everyone always asks when moon, but no one ever asks when how. I think BBY will offer support for a larger distribution front. Maybe. Do you have any theories on why GME and AMC have completely... Where the hell did... Why the... That's so annoying. Sorry, the chat just like gapped down. If IV on GME is low, isn't this a good time? Opportunity to buy some calls. Isn't the 100 range on IV good? Yeah, it is. But the rate at which we hit 100 and the potential downside, I mean, if you're buying like far out of the money IV sensitive calls, then yeah, this is probably pretty good. But if you're buying delta calls, like calls with higher delta, even like point 0.1, there's a chance that you'll lose a lot of value on them as the delta drops, right? Worth holding July 15 calls? Probably not. I I frankly never would have bought July 15 calls for Bobby. So I still everyone always asks when moon, but no one ever asks how. I can see clearly now the Gex is gone. Fucking ridiculous. Is it more profitable to buy deep in the money puts and let the price fall to the strike, or buy at the money? Um, I mean, it can be more It's probably more profitable by at the money, right? Because or just out of the money, because you're not paying that premium up front. Probably safer to buy deeper in the money ones because they're less sensitive, or well, they're less sensitive to near-term price fluctuations. So as long as it goes down over the time period, you know, you'll be a little more risk averse. But you'll have less leverage because you've paid that premium up front. This is a good entry on Cat to hold some cash while I wait for GME to drop. Um, I like it. I think the trend's looking pretty good today. It's not. I don't think it's going to be a quick move, but it's in a good place. There is a resistance on Cat at 189.65, but it looks like it's crossed it. So SS has gotten full hostile. Every attempt at DD or TA has a top comment of "Oh, so DRS on hold." Got it. And the top comment has more awards and updates than the post. Oh well. Seems like everyone was expecting BBY earnings to be garbage. Watch it rip. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I'm not really playing the earnings. All my Bobby calls are August. Bought a while ago. I'm only in it because RC is involved. I believe in his ability to do something. Sorry. Hold on. If nothing happens by end of July, safe to say we're all just cucks for RC and bail. No, I'd give it a longer time frame than end of July, but I'm gonna roll forward my August call position and just use the capital to like leverage up my leaps. If I get another sub $6 entry, I'll probably buy more shares. I mean, I'm still bullish on it, regardless of RC's involvement. How did being bullish work out for you today, McNinja? What do you got, Dork? Slow bleed at 0. Look at XRT, Dork. Can you pull up XRT? When is the next run supposed to be? Mid-July? I mean, that's the next OPEC date. Now that Ivy is dead, should I roll my already rolled August 200s back to this week for more credit? Feels like a game of hot potato that I can't lose at. I mean, you can lose at it, but you could, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You rolled the 120s out to 200? Yeah, because, I mean, you can de-risk, like, 60 days of theta, right? If anyone needs any more proof that popcorn stock is not the play, it's currently one of the only green things on my watch list. If I want to buy Bobby at 6, if it hits it at X amount, but don't want to be awake during the trade, how do? You would set a good to close limit order um at the price at your price point. How low did you say we were going prior to the next OPEX? It looks like our floor could be in the 116 range. I think they would have to get a hold of even more liquidity to push lower than that. But that's already kind of a stretch, I think. I think this like 126.70 range that we chopped in before, I think this still remains pretty strong. There's still a lot of buy interest for GameStop around here. If we fall below this significantly, then it gets a little rough. But this is where my focus would be in the near term. I don't dislike looking at other tickers. I dislike looking at shit penny stocks. Why is this fucking rocketing so hard? Tax season's over, right? This is usually like a seasonal kind of deal. Hmm. I mean, it could. It's running up to resistance. It's a risky short. I'd want to see where volume ended up today. Like, this looks just bullish, honestly. Yeah, I'd be careful. That's definitely a risky short play. Thoughts on DDS? Is it going up now? No, I don't think so. I think there's still more room to the downside. I don't think it's gonna hit like 225 again. Eh, maybe it starts to. No. Well, hmm. You know, if I'm right about the rolled over obligations, possibly this could be the low. Shit, that's a tough call. I mean, I hate the fucking volume today, and I think there's still room to the downside. But if they're focused on shorting the rest of the basket, they're not going to be able to short much on DDS. I mean, the test of 236 was a way better entry. I may kind of just skip this one on this cycle. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I know I did analysis on it like yesterday, but what I didn't like was the expansion and volatility that it's undergoing, right? Like volatility is expanding out both ways. Um, so this could be its low, right? But then like uh, this starts to get pretty risky. It could be bullish like long term though. Like it could lead to a squeeze as volatility increases. Although I don't think there's enough liquidity there for a squeeze to even happen, frankly. Like all the shorts could cover very quickly, right? Like one volumetric day. I mean, it'd drive the price up a lot, but hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a good entry point. I would say that from from most perspectives, it's a buy signal. Yeah, Fidelity definitely has good to cancel. Okay, Ocean. In the beginning of the stream, you said something in the lines of "We'll see in the next 3 days." When answering the question about FTDs, could you elaborate on that? I don't think I was answering a question about FTDs, was I? Next 3 days? Oh, for the FTD report. We're waiting to get the FTD report on the 30th for the early half of this month. So June 1st through 15th. We're looking for FTDs to be high, but every 5 days not high enough to um go on reg show. So we're looking for manipulation of FTDs in order to keep GME off reg show, kind of. Does Bobby even have support levels? I mean, yeah, they're old though. I was just looking to swing trade shares. I mean, yeah, obviously, it's so hard to get fills on options. EMA 270 daily on DDS is perfect for entries. Nope, shit. Seems like puts are coming in now. Yeah, they are. U.S. Energy Information Administration says it's still in the process of system restoration and will not publish new data today. Curious. In the daily DD, you showed Fidelity of 0 shares to borrow like 25% interest. IBKR with a few thousand. I think IBKR only had like 100 this morning. I don't even know if it was a few thousand. No, it was 100 shares. Are borrow rates high now? I mean, yeah, they're fucking like 30%. They're ridiculously high. TR solid balance. So cap down 5%. SPY teetering on bearish. Yeah, a little bit. Lower lows, or lower highs rather. Oh, lower lows too. And a bit of a downtrend forming. When using trailing stop for options, would you set it on the bid or last price? Is $1 enough on in the money puts? I mean, $1 is probably more than sufficient. Like, I mean, if you're trying to get closed out, I don't know how long dated your calls are for, but if you expect more downside, you might want to loosen it up a bit. It doesn't matter really if you set it on the bid, or you can set it on the bid if you want. I don't think the spreads on any of these are that wide. Hilarious the MSM in an interview with hedge funds, Jamie Bros to come at them and try to battle their shorts on AMC. So cringe. Why state Jamie when talking about AMC and now AMC's not shorted? I have no idea. Can I lend my shares at profit through Fidelity to make some bank? Is it dangerous? I'm gonna go to sleep. And it's not dangerous. And yeah, you can lend them if you want to. The options available, right? I wouldn't, but they're just so you know, they're probably lending them anyway. You can lend and sell calls. Having share lending turned on doesn't stop you from selling covered calls. Are you gonna buy some puts soon? I bought puts this morning. It does? Why would it stop share lending? You can sell your shares at any time if they're lent. That's fucking stupid. The collateral's still yours. Doesn't make any sense. Day's not over. Still bullish. I pooped in your sneakers this morning. You piece of shit. The biggest marketing fail of our time is that Procter and Gamble, the maker of Head and Shoulders, doesn't also have a body wash called Knees and Toes. You can sell them at any time, but not if they're collateralized. Weird. I wonder if that's just Fidelity that stops that. What do you think about Lenixis's DD about a run up on the 2nd and the 8th of August? Sounds like bullshit. GameStop has never run outside of an OPEC cycle. Ever. And the 2nd and 8th of August are not part of an OPEC cycle. Not a sustained run. There's like small bumps like June 7th or June 6th and November 3rd, but nothing sustained. Oh, that's just like flash covering, right? It has nothing to do with fucking like actual buying of the stock or covering of obligations. It's just them trying to close out risk as quickly as possible. AMC up 5%. Everybody calm down. When retail get $10 billion margin waiver? I don't know. Have we ever tried asking for it? Do you remind me which Greeks to look at when buying options? Is it Delta? What's your preferred range for it? There isn't like a preferred range. There's just the range that supports your thesis best. It's a variable. Thank you for your recognition of the eels. Not a problem, Hafra. It seemed fitting today. Well, the least think that AA and the board can do is to bring back real butter to the popcorn. What's the machine grease they put on stuff anyway? Seed oil poison. All right. No, I think there's just like some momentum on AMC because of the like Top Gun bullshit or whatever over the weekend. Probably just retail FOMOing in again. Could you just be calling the small bumps November 3rd, etc., where there is known cover due to tie-ins to the loan dates he tried to connect the dates to? Yeah, I don't think that's why we ran on November 3rd. It's definitely not why we ran on January 6th. You're asking me to explain Lenixis's theory, but it has no basis in anything. So I can't explain it to you. Like it's ridiculous bullshit. Interesting. Sorry for only $3. Well, that's fine. I have to fly under the radar now. My wife has started asking questions about why there are a bunch of charges to something called Pickleman on our bank statement. She can never find out about this. It would have been better if she'd caught me watching porn. It would have been way better if she caught you watching porn. As long as we can create higher lows above DN and GN, we're still in working cycles. Yeah. They're clearing FTDs from IWM and others in the Russell. Oh, okay. I know there was like a bunch of news over the weekend about the fucking Top Gun box office sales. I figured that was going to be like an AMC pump excuse. Because, like, AMC is definitely not the only fucking movie theater in existence. It's not even the biggest one. OPEC's incoming. AMC. And also, they don't make shit off of, like, the first 4 weeks of a box office release. I asked for my ISDA and I was rejected because they said I didn't have the capital. I told them I was the capital of Dan Island and held puts on his wife, but that wasn't convincing. You should have sold them Dan bonds and used that as collateral. Like the Dans guarantee these bonds for X number of bull mayo extraction sessions behind the Wendy's dumpster. I don't really know how you guys are gonna float the yield, but something to consider. HD hit 285, dipped a little below that. Good time to buy HD options. It's an interesting time. It's just tracking like the SPY right now, right? It's, I don't know, it doesn't look overwhelmingly bullish to me. I might wait for like a retest in like the 280 range. Where can I go to acquire info on covered calls? I'd like to efficiently lower my cost basis from 200 that it currently stands at. I mean, I made a video about them. They're really not that difficult on the other channel. Is current IV 30 on Jimmy 101? It was at market open. All those 130Ps bought this morning are underwater. Oopsies. I'm up 10%. GameStop running on amazing Top Gun numbers. Is theory not related to the timing of XRT reg show covering? I don't think so. What's the TLDR thus far? I mean, we fully returned to spot at market open. So any carryover gamma from the last 4 trading days is gone. One ticket to Top Gun, please. That's not how this works, Halfro. Now we're just kind of chopping in this low range. I don't think it looks very bullish. Is the projected price action you posted in announcements already broken down? Or could it still materialize that way? That's just a copy and paste of March's price action. I expect us to do something similar to that. I don't expect us to do exactly that. That would be ridiculous. Obviously, like, we're not going to repeat the exact same fucking price action that we had in March. But I think something along those lines. Market getting slapped today before the gamma feedback loop from some loop tomorrow from last Friday's expirations. Yeah, it's possible. A lot of shit went in the money last Friday. Big rally. So I think today, with the stagnant price action could be a good opportunity to capture that. But I'd be careful. It's a bear market. Shit's volatile and move against you real fast. Any IV crush for BBY earnings while remaining bullish is the best way to play this selling at the money puts or just buying shares. Do you expect their earnings to be good? SPY bullish on the daily? Moderately. Little recovery after this like 392 test in the pre-market. There's a resistance here at like 393. Which it looks like it just almost tapped 394. So a little consolidation, but we're not falling into that like lower like 386 range, right? We're kind of holding this resistance here. So I think that's overall a good thing. I think we'll see a turnaround maybe later today, if not tomorrow. But I don't think we're seeing a breakdown of the uptrend just yet. Not like a big one. You've sold me on Dan bonds. Where can I buy? How high do you think Cat can hit in this channel? The next big resistance is like 195. If it breaks out, it's got to clear this 189.24 resistance first. If it can clear that, then it can move up. Like there's decent range to the upside. If it fails, that won't be so great. What are we thinking going down anymore? It could. The volume's a little better for this time of day than it was like last week. I have the stop set based on the premium of the contract, Bo. So when the premium of the contract dropped due to IV crushing, the stops triggered. I only need GME to go up by 37% by July 8th to break even on my calls. Oh boy. What does it mean that VN was broken? It's not broken, it's just we're not getting a reading on it today. Was a big push near the money puts on GME almost all underwater now. Oh, okay. CC's on the menu. I sold a couple. I might buy them back. We'll see. Trying to determine how bullish I think this SPY breakout is. Hmm. Yeah. Do you remember the crazy theories on SS about China default causing MOASS or market crash MOASS or all the other figures that game gave hopium just for the attention and publicity? Yeah. I prefer to draw the trend lines from the volume. There's less volume traded on the wicks, so they're less reliable as an indicator of a trend. I'll use them if I have to, but I prefer not to. You want to see a pro trader lose money both directions? Jimmy goes. What are you doing, popcorn trader? You buying $90 puts and $180 calls for Friday, of course. How long will investors remain interested if there's no announcement or price change? And what? GameStop? Been here for a year and a half. I don't think they're going anywhere. They've all registered their shares. Most of them have such a high cost basis they'll never sell. Like DCAing in at $400 a share. 4-hour golden cross tested at 124. If that is broken neckline on complex head and shoulders at 115. I don't put a lot of faith in the 4-hour golden cross, but sure. If it breaks down, I could see it hitting 115, 116. I would agree with the low resistance. The VIX is down. Is this a good time to enter a hedge? Generally speaking, yeah. Where's the resistance on CAT? It's at 184. Just go look at the. I have the chart posted in Pickles Picks. I know BBY isn't the primary play here, but what are your thoughts on it for last week's OPEX? Do you think they managed to simply have enough cash to suppress it? Yeah, it looked like they got a bit panicky at the end of last week. But without OPEX being realized, the risk never really presented itself, right? Dallas Fed manufacturing activity down negative 17% versus an expected negative 6.05. Interesting. That's kind of good. That means that the bullwhip is further in than expected. Manufacturers will generally recover first. We should start to see interesting commodities start to grow. SPY volume is ridiculously low. The price action today is all useless. Yeah. Can you explain why cat looks bullish to you and not at the top of a rally? Oh, I think cat will continue to be bullish. It also has a dividend coming up. You think my August 195C for cat will print? Could. You've bought it at the resistance. But you have plenty of time, so. What CC expiry did you sell on GME? July 15th. I can buy it back. I only sold 12 of them. Bullwhip seem like Cool Whip? No. Is there a way to narrow down what institutions holding BBY puts? Probably not. Not unless they release like a 13F declaring their puts. After roughly 35 quarters, I'll be able to reinvest my Tootsie Roll dividends into one additional share. Nice. My Cat August 195s are definitely printing. They should be, yeah. Do you believe the talk going around that the DTC and other entities are actually preventing margin calls? Sure. Why not? This is a bit unrelated, but what do you think about QILD, QQX, and other covered call ETFs? I'm learning more about wider investing. I'm curious about them. I actually like them a lot. I have some money in QYLD. Its returns aren't, the best, but they're solid. And they'll be good in a bear market. Do you believe the talk going around the DCCC and other entities are actually preventing margin calls? I already answered that, right? July OPEX is the 15th, but SLD is on the 20th. Do you think they'll have any kind of effect? Thanks. No, and also I don't think that's true. Is it? Oh, it is. It's interesting. I will see, I guess. I mean, SLD doesn't generally affect GameStop a lot. It's pretty resistant on market downturns, especially if it's running. I'm sure that we can find historic examples of overlap between SLD and OPEX, like OPEX settlement. I think there's another one, and it didn't really have that much of an effect. Sorry if you discussed this, but is driving the price action for GME today, covering. Looks like active funds, and they shorted in the morning. Right now, we're just trading with the SPY. In the morning, they shorted the drop in the market. Do you think shorts on a ton of stocks rolled via close their puts last week for OPEX because GDP this week and potential recession talks? Like if bad, puts keep printing. Yeah, I mean it's possible, but there's still exposure that comes due because of that. Whether they rolling and closing is the same thing, right? QLOD exposes you to the same downside of the market with capped upside. A little bit, but the market's already down enough, I think. Just solid covered calls on your position, man. Right? Does it make sense? DTCC prevents margin calls. They want the market to keep flowing. Shorts would be different. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they want it to prevent volatility. Heads and shoulders on NVIDIA 90-day 2-hour chart. What a weird chart to specify. Yeah, could be. Could also just continue as an uptrend. It'll really depend on how far it breaks down. I think it's broken down sufficiently that, you know, it could stabilize in this low range or in the 160s. If the market takes a hard turn this Wednesday, then it's not really going to matter. I don't really like head and shoulders on longer term time scales like that, though. Tenerian IMO? Thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. Hit me up. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
I think DDS is starting to pick up volatility because it's picking up more interest.
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNB.
Looks to you like we're about to pull back further. A little bit. Exactly, find a low liquidity, high interest stock to do that on. Oh wait. If there was a buyer for DDS, that'd be a great stock to sell covered calls on. Is there a date you're aware of that put blanket on Bobby to ease up, or is it solely hinging on breaking $10 for the foreseeable future? Most of those puts expire on the 15th. Unless they move the position forward sometime soon. Thoughts on SPY? Stagnant today, for the most part. Not really doing anything impressive. It's trading in a very narrow range. Like, we have this zoomed way in, but... kind of rejected off of the high resistance twice in the pre-market. Still in kind of a downtrend. I don't know. If it holds 389, that's pretty bullish, I think. But it may not. How much do you think a downturn in the market this Wednesday could affect CAT? Usually CAT's a little less affected by downturns than like downturns in growth and tech stocks. It tends to receive a little more interest during small downturns in the market. Big downturns, not so much. Their revenue is very consistent, though. What do you pronounce it NVIDIA? Client of my company and everyone on their calls pronounces it NVIDIA, hard N. Curious what convinced you otherwise. If you make up words, I can pronounce them any way I want. I want to start loading up on spy leaps. Puts. How do you feel about this idea? That's not terrible. What's your target price? Words don't exist. The last possible chance for OPEX at 1269 for dark pool dumps? No, I just don't think we're gonna see any covering. Any significant covering. I mean, sure, it's a possibility. I guess we could see dark pool dumps into the latter half of the day, but I don't think it looks particularly good. Question is the spy gonna fucking hold here? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, a little bitch. Oh, nope. Pushing down more. GDP reports Wednesday at 12:30. Do you think anything significant will happen with the JPM collar moving around the end of the month? I mean, it'll cause big downs. That'd be bomb if we got another chance to buy that low again. I don't think we're gonna go back down like hard sub 100 or anything. I think they'll push, but I think their ability to push is much more limited than it was in between Feb and March. Like if I had to really like try to line it up, I would say maybe something like that. I don't know if the upside would be as accurate either, because this could technically be bigger because of the higher floor. But if I had to say they were going to repeat the same pattern from March to now, then something along these lines. I don't think this range is as likely. Like this lower range here. Oh, sorry. Maybe a better way to do this would be like this. Give a more accurate representation of what I'm thinking. Hold on. Whoa. Something like that. Does that extend out through? Yeah. Yeah, quarterly. Very impressive Etch-a-Sketch skills. Thank you so much. I think it would take quite a bit of liquidity to push GameStop into that lower band. But we've already broken down from the current trend. There, this isn't doing anything interesting. I can fucking fuck around with this for a second. Um, we've already broken down from this trend right here. So I think our low is somewhere probably in this range, unless we see a significant amount of short liquidity, which I do suspect is available until July 8th. So I think however hard they're going to drop us, I think we're going to see most of that happen before July 8th. Hypothetically, if there are also no run in July, would it mean a complete breakdown of the cycles? Back to the drawing board. I think so. Yeah. I don't see any reason for them to be able to push July out. I didn't really see any reason for them to be able to push June out, frankly. And I'm still not 100% confident that they were able to get a delay through FINRA, but it is a possibility. And the only reason I'm hanging on to it is because something similar happened in Feb, right? But we don't have a lot of instances of that occurring, so I'm willing to test it. Why is the dollar falling? That's not down that much. How was the barbecue? Lame. By the time I got there, all the drinks were like cashed, so it sucked. It just meant that like I didn't get home till 11 o'clock. No, I'm not expecting us to drop to 100. Not unless we see some serious short volume come in. What happens July 8th? XRT begins the threshold process again. Time to recharge the eels. Interesting. Some irony or meaning here? A little bit. Is a failed margin call also a possibility? I don't think so. Still don't have a new house till August. Popcorn trader. And when I do, it will be immediately listed for sale. Did you chug a Truly on the ferry? No. Fenrir emailed me back to say member extension requests are not public data. They're available in the Rex system if you can access it, which we're trying to do, JMac. So they're not available to the public, but they're available publicly. Well, internally available. So they're available to other FINRA members. You could probably file a freedom of information request. The dude is really in default on his loan and wife. This is barbecue in New Jersey waters. No. If you have to explain your thoughts on GME going sub 100 12 more times today, I'm switching to Pigeon Whale. I'll have to explain it at least 12 more times today. Girk's crazy neighbor. Housing sales up about 1% versus estimates of down -3. So, yes, offload that house quickly before price drops too much. Yeah, I know it's still the top of the market. I mean, price realization in housing is accelerated nowadays because of like Zillow, and more online platform exposure means that like not only will over time especially not only will house pricing realization occur more quickly and more broadly as other areas become higher priced, but and pricing evens out. But also like downturns in the market will happen more rapidly than they did historically. So essentially, the housing market will become more volatile because price realization will be faster. But yeah, I'm aware that we're like the tippy top of quite the bull market on housing. Don't you think they try to get GME down to 80 the next 3 weeks and cover from the lowest point possible? Sure, but the question is, can they? They don't have very many days of that unlocked liquidity left in XRT. So if they're going to use it, they're going to need to use a lot of it. And if we see a lot of volume come in to the downside, then there's more potential for a big drop. Don't forget that they're still exercising in the money fucking calls every day. So there's FTD exposure on GameStop itself pushing back against that. Which is what we saw when everyone got real bearish on trying to buy like $100 calls last time. Was we saw those in the money calls getting exercised and propping the price up. Hear me out, you could rent it every month? Ew. I'd rather just get rid of it. Who's gonna rent that place? It's like a ludicrous home. It's also like all the way the fuck out on Long Island. Like no one wants to live out there. Still looking into apartment REITs? A little bit. Could the OPEX extension keep the covering in limbo, and if rejected, they start to cover? Um, no, that's not the way it works. If the extension is granted, it would have been granted last week. Um, as far as the market is concerned, those shares are settled, not delivered. So for the accounting purposes of the ETF, it would appear that their NAV is balanced. But after 28 plus 2 settlement days, 28 calendar days plus 2 settlement days, the account opened against their net capital would be force closed, which would require buying at market. They can get both extensions up front, but when it is closed, there is no further extension. And if it were to be delayed, it would already be approved by now. The other interesting thing that I could point out here in regards to this is that when they file for these extensions, some of the paperwork seems to indicate that the price, the spot price for the account opened against the shares is in fact the average of like the previous trading days. So it's like a 5-day or 3-day rolling average, which suddenly starts to make a lot of sense in these periods where we have a holiday and an OPEX, right? Like look at our price range through these periods. This one being the most volatile out of them, but still stayed within a pretty tight range. Which means that, you know, they're stagnating price in these ranges to lock in the spot price. It's at least very compelling when making a case for this that specific and outside of those ranges, look how volatile our price action is. And this is also, these are also the periods in which we experience the most IV crush. So crime? I mean, it's still not crime. Do you think it's ridiculous when people call BPS BIPs? Oh, I've never heard that, but I hate it already. That would make sense if it looked like a repeating pattern last week. Yeah. Well, if we go down hard, it adds a lot more confirmation, especially if we go down hard into July 7th and then have a weird fucking after hours run before XRT reg shows again. Why do you expect weird shit on the 7th of July? I expect it on the aftermarket on the 7th. XRT begins thresholding the following day. Remember what happened in January? January 6th, aftermarket, was the day before XRT thresholded. I think down, not so much sideways, Bob, because if they have their spot price locked in, they would have locked it in last week, right? And then if they're settling out during OPEX, this is even this aspect of it's even more awesome for them, right? Of course, I mean not for us, but for them. If they've locked in their spot price for the shares they need to buy, and they're settling out here on July OPEX, right? Then they're paying this price regardless of the price the stock rises to. Oh, hold on. I got this right here. Which means and here's where that gets spicy, right? In Feb, if their spot price was locked into this range, right? Look where we experienced the highest volume. Ooh, right? You and the team are really fucking good at figuring this stuff out. Amazing considering how little data we have and how hard they work to obscure their methods. Well, that would mean that not only do they make money, like the ETFs are making money too, which is we wondered why the ETFs would be so complicit, right? And if this is the case, then it means that the ETFs can make a lot off of the arbitrage during the run as well. I spent I spent most of the weekend just balls deep in fucking FINRA reports and DTCC settlement guides and lawsuits against FINRA. It's been I've been up for like basically 72 hours. Who's losing after that spot price goes boom boom? The market maker, long-term investors, American taxpayers. Basically nobody important. What are you gonna do to commemorate one of the biggest I told you so's in history? Hopefully make a bunch of money. That's really the best way to commemorate it. Everyone's so bearish on BBBY and GME right now. I get the funny feeling we'll go big VUP. We've never gone big VUP outside of an OPEX window. Never. We only have two runs that occurred outside of OPEX of any significance. Even fucking January 2021 was an OPEX period. Deep in the money comments. But there was no OPEX, not really. Exactly. But it doesn't just disappear, right? We learned this back in Feb and March and January. They can kick, but they can't can kick forever. We did think that the ETF rebalance would prevent the can kicking. Apparently it does not. Check out the massive Dorito on Tesla today. Yeah, it's doing some weird shit. I'm not really sure it's gonna break up. I guess it could. Eh. If the cycles are determined to be over, then does that also mean that any hope for a squeeze is lost with it? Probably. I think any hope for a squeeze is lost with increased liquidity. I think the cycles will continue until liquidity is increased, and then obviously increased liquidity is, you know, the death knell for a squeeze. Look at AMC. Like, we laugh at them all day because they have so much liquidity. But if we had a bunch of liquidity, like, are we gonna laugh at ourselves? Like, our chances of squeezing drop just as much if we get a bunch of fucking liquidity. Some percentage of drop recovery. I don't understand why T-Doc's so volatile to the downside lately. Oh, on like the daily? This looks decent, but it kind of looks like it's just tracking the market, right? Are you still bullish on wheat? Any price target in mind? I'd like more than $12 to happen. I don't know what wheat could run to. It would depend on how the extent of the shortage, which I think still isn't reported yet, but a lot of crops were lost in the Midwest over the last like month and a half due to storms. So that may reduce the spring wheat harvests. So what I kind of expect is I expect the spring harvest to come in low, bumping prices, and that to cause speculation on the summer harvest coming in low. And the speculation to actually run the price up. How confident are you that we're running an after hours after the 7th? Just a possibility or really likely? I don't know. I want to see if history repeats itself. Covering on no news or bad news is their game plan. Mm. I don't think so. I don't think they give a shit about the news. I think they'll make up news if they have to cover outside of the cyclical like periods of time, but during OPEX, market participants are so busy everywhere else, they're probably not paying that much attention to GameStop. Like, we're paying a lot of attention to GameStop on OPEX, but like, look at what Tesla did in March. Tesla went from, 756 all the way the fuck up to 1100. Like, what do you think they were paying attention to more? The stock that went up $500 a share or the one that went up 100? Like, it's all relative, right? So why are we bullish on this stock then? Lower highs for 18 months. Is the NFT marketplace literally the only hope? No, absolutely not. I'll finish answering that question, but give me 1 second. Hmm. So no, I mean, they have e-commerce, um, recycled electronics, the NFT marketplace. So there's more bullishness than just that. Wubba dubba dub dub. Zero forward guidance. Yeah. I mean, if they nail it right, they can capture an underserved market, right? I wouldn't risk CSPs on a downtrend. Not until we find stability. The window of opportunity for CSPs on GME is generally fairly short. I already bought puts this morning. This guy buying puts on GME, why? They're just going down. That's what you do when stocks go down, so you can buy more at the bottom. Stupid. I think he's lost. Doesn't that help the hedgies? No. Especially not if I sell them at the bottom. Now, if I'm exercising the puts, that would help the hedgies. But they're already buying puts. They're going to drop the price of the stock regardless of what I do, right? It's not like they're like, oh, I really hope retail invests like $1 million into puts and helps our $50 million put position. Kenny's just sitting in his office like, thank God. Thank God Pickles bought puts. I don't know if we could have shorted the stock without him. This channel's got Matt Kors vibes. You've got dumb vibes. Emotionally attached to a fucking stock. You're hurting my baby. He'll be alright. It's not going out of business, right? Why does Home Depot have such low volumes today? Oh no. It's really not picking up a lot of interest though. I was gonna buy in this morning, but I don't like the prices, so I'm waiting. Although, not that the price has really changed much either direction. No, I don't know Kenny. How many short hedge funds do you guys think are actively involved in trading GME? Is it just a few or a few dozen? I don't think it's very many. You're just admit it. You're an evil options trader who's doing nothing but postponing MOASS. Sure. Fuck your MOASS. Everyone going on a cruise did not learn the first time. What happened the first time? What's your, actually, it may be more appropriate to ask, which reptile do you hate the least? Um, what are those like little spiky boys? Bearded dragons? They're pretty dope. How long until the coffee smell leaves the floorboards? Did you clean it up or are you just gonna let it soak there? Get a fucking mop, Moon, and clean. Oh, immediately? Why are you sniffing your floor? More importantly. See, I don't like CFDs. There's too much like broker control over the bid ask. I don't think they're a good substitute for options at all. Ryan, don't you have access to IBKR? If I'm right about VUPs this week, you'll make me a mod? No. How much did you love the part in the new Doctor Strange movie? I haven't seen it. Just so you know, Shirt Off and Friends with Kenny are troll tactics we can see across multiple live stream channels. Don't listen to these third world shills. Mods, get these consensus crackers. What is a consensus cracker? Stop sniffing it. There's your solution. And if you did you get it on like unfinished wood? If your floorboards aren't finished, it's going to be there forever because the oil is going to soak into the wood. I wish SS would have some desire to learn why the stock does what it does so they could fill their desire to have more shares. So silly, that mentality. I think they've resigned themselves to just having the shares they have forever. Like the buy part of buy and hold is slowly faded away. And now it's just hold. Hold and hold more. We know the real price is at like 60K, so your puts are worthless. I don't know about that. Ah, I see. I mean, they can smell better than you. Nice, Carl. Could Jamie end up following AMC up today? Sure. Stop talking about my trading strategies in public. That's why I DM you. Oh, I see. The resentment of anyone not able to afford an options gambling habit is fairly obvious. It's not about having an options gambling habit. It's about investing money with no intention to profit from it. That if there's anything I have resentment about, it's that. Worse yet, people who really can't afford to investing more than they can afford with the intention of not making any profit off of it. How old were you when you decided to download the theme song from the animated X-Men TV show to your cell phone? I'm pretty sure that's just the Samsung default ringtone. Old enough. Are you Greek or Italian? Do you like gyros? I'm Italian and sometimes. SLD cash started to flow back into the market last week. I think the settlement continues for like another 6 days. Struggling to really understand the mentality behind GME these days. There's SS that says buy hold DRS for MOASS, but can't tell you why, and if you ask, they roast you. But what's the mentality here? Profit off the high IV, continue to hold for a company that'll be better in the future and does not have any near-term potential. GameStop's still one of the best volatility assets in the market, and so we seek to profit off of that and off people that buy hold in DRS. Thanks, guys. The fact that they're downgrading BBY price targets recently makes me think it's going to run to 30. They did the same shit with GME in 2020. Yeah, I hope it does. I'll have quite a lot of money if BBY runs to $30 again. Are you born in Italy or is it heritage? My dad was from Italy. The real mentality of this community is to make fucking bread. Well, yeah, I mean, it's also a cooking channel. You should send at not sure the video where you explained how Greg 5 shares can sell at the top and buy more at the bottom to double their position to a point where they can sell CCs. They didn't like that video. It offends them, and it aggressively attacks their sunk cost fallacy. You're Italian and you don't put ranch on your pizza? Ew. June OPEX plus 13 trading days is July 8th. Yes. July 8th is the first day that XRT. Remember that the thresholding begins 13 trading days after but we're expecting after hours movement the night before it goes on OPEX or on threshold rather. I don't know why this is so confusing for people. But this is like the 90th question I've gotten about it today, so I'll just try to answer it succinctly. Here's the 17th. Here's 13 days. The following morning on the 8th, the thresholding process begins. Remember, it doesn't go on OPEX until after market close. So basically, DRS SS people wouldn't know how to sell lemonade at a roadside stand, but their lemon hoarding makes our buys, sells at the grocery store more profitable due to supply. You know, there was a chance for a really solid meme if you'd said lemon whoring, but I'm not going to get into it. Yeah. High-Fi's right to resent ignorance. It's a symptom of laziness, at least when it persists. Just got back from Disney World. Entire family got COVID. Jesus. But it's a good excuse to sit down and watch The Pickle for a week. I hope you guys are okay, man. We were also enlightened in equine, HVAC, chiropractors, nuts, dicks, and all things Wendy's. True. I think Citadel actively hunts my stop orders. Maybe you just are placing them too close. Also, Citadel's not the options market maker for GameStop, which I'll reiterate for the 9,000th time. Maybe after reading Maxine Waters' report, people will go back to my ape mentality video and not be so negative about my thoughts on the subject. Since Citadel is the options market maker for GME, will we ever win? God damn it, Popcorn Trader. Really? No problem, McLong Johnson. How low do you think they're shooting for before we approach July OPEX? As low as possible? How do we DRS Citadel? They're not publicly traded, and they wouldn't let them become a bank, so it's going to be pretty tough. Was there a time when Superstock wasn't really cult-like, in your opinion? Yeah, there was a period shortly after the move from RGME. Although, maybe the move from RGME was kind of conspiratorial as well. Maybe not. Maybe it was always just a runaway train. It was better back then. People wanted to know more. People have become complacent with the idea of buy, hold, and DRS as a solution. They think the DD is done, but most of the DD about DRS isn't even correct. It's definitely any of the DD about fucking DRS causing a short squeeze is definitely incorrect. You speak definitively on whether my 7-1 GME 90p will print. Sure, it probably won't. That's because Citadel's the DMM, so they all the order flow passes through them for NYSE for GameStop. But Citadel shouldn't be like you're not buying your options from Citadel, right? You're buying them from Wolverine. I will patiently wait out today. When would you like to pull the plug on your earlier dated call contracts? Friday? No, DRS doesn't hurt options trading. It makes the stock more volatile, which benefits options traders greatly. What does DRS do exactly? It ensures that your shares are yours and yours alone. That's it. If that's the kind of thing you care about, enjoy. I enjoy my options on the black market. If Dillard's keeps up its current volatility or increases it, then it's quite the swing trade opportunity. Ups and downs are historically super easy to trade. I agree with that. The problem with the increase in volatility is that that will also increase its unpredictability. So as volatility increases, the likelihood of it being easy to trade will change, right? Wolverine is DMM for DPM for GME options. That's not DMM. DMM is a designation provided by NYSE. DPM is provided by CBOE. I would like to, as you say, make the market. Ooh. You want to do it together, Carl? We could build quite the market. DRS also costs Jimmy some amount of money that we don't know, but yes, it does. There are some fees associated with, but there's nothing provable there. For a shill, your advice has made me some good money. Cool. Not advice. You've made yourself some good money based on information and entertainment that you've been a part of here on this channel. WeBull counts the 4th of July as a trading day. Well, it is not. Maybe that is where the confusion comes from. If you count 13 days in TradingView, you get July 8th. And WeBull, you get July 7th. I think that's because of the difference in how they count their boxes. Like, I'm pretty sure TradingView doesn't have a day 0, but WeBull does. So WeBull, when you open a box and you spread it out, was this the daily? Oh, that's not the 17th. Yeah, so there's no 0 day on WeBull. I think, and then on TradingView there is a 0 day. I think that's the difference you're running into. WeBull doesn't remove holidays in the future of the chart. They disappear after it happens. Interesting. Oh, that's stupid. Well, now that's confusing then. I'll just manually count it. One, 2, 3, 4, 10. Ten and 3. Oh no, there was a holiday on the 20th, so 4, yeah, 7th. So it's still after the 7th. I think. Oh, well, no, there's another holiday. God damn it. So the 20th is a holiday, the 4th is a holiday, so it's 4, 5, 4. Does it happen on Friday then? Does this have July 4th? Okay, so TradingView does skip the 4th. Okay, so the TradingView one's accurate. So July 8th. Then July 8th after hours, and then thresholding would begin the following Monday on the 11th? God, that's fucking annoying as hell. Why are there so many holidays this month? Or this time period? Okay, yeah, the WeBull's counting the extra day. Although the result should still be the same because of how it zeroes the box. Nope, it's not. So you have to add the extra day. Okay. So after market, July 8th then? Win 63K a share. SPX to 40.40 and maybe 41.25 by the end of the month. Maybe we'll go even higher if this is the case. Will Jimmy see a $200 price as the whole market moves up and retail gives a bullish pump? No, I don't think the SPY is going to perform very well into the middle of this month at all. I think SPX maybe back to 400, but I highly doubt it. I think 395. I'd be surprised if we see a test at 398, especially with today stagnating. It's really going to have to pump hard tomorrow. What's your strategy? Just juice the IV with options, or do you buy sell shares as well? You're right, the DD changes. I missed a chunk. I usually just sell options. I don't really sell shares. My cost basis is low enough that I can hold GameStop for a really long time without having to worry about that. And then, you know, when you sell calls against it, you're effectively lowering that cost basis. So, yeah, I just sell covered calls and capture the IV bump at the top and try to capture it with calls on the way up. And then puts on the way down. You see returns of 130, 140, or was that it? I don't think it looks very likely right now. Timing me out for calling for Visceral for mod. Rude, Pickleman, rude. Does he not deserve expiative and sucker in these trying times? I didn't time you out. It was probably Carl. I don't bother with timing people out. Unless I ask for it. The SPY moves up and down, or it's Moonwind. The more GME moves down in general, because they always short us on the down tick, meaning SPY continues like today, we could reach sub 100. I still don't think we're going to see sub 100. I think they've really got to fucking get some liquidity to get us that low. There's too much retail interest between like 100 and 126. Like people are very, very willing to buy GameStop at those prices. Institutions aren't, but retail is. Yeah, no problem, Barracks. I do tend to agree with your statement if we see a little bit more pump tomorrow and some more liquidity come back in. But this dry, illiquid, flat market shit, this is not a good indicator. Especially with GDP data coming in and a possible recession on Wednesday. Cap price estimate EQO? End of week. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping cap moves up to the like 195 resistance. It's still kind of chopping around like 190 right now, 189. The resistance it's at right now is historically kind of strong. It's at 189.65. If we break that though, I think we can have a very quick move up to like 195. Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you. Hey, Gurk, you fucking rock. Thanks, Dominic Joseph. Always good to hear from you. Thanks for being the coolest not friend a guy could ask for. You got it, dude. Also, more inflation data on Thursday. Um, a little bit, right? We have what? Personal income and spending and jobless claims. I don't know. The personal income and spending could have some effect. I don't know if they're gonna hit us hard. It's not like we have CPI or anything this week. What do you think our low is today? Looking to price in some puts. I mean, we're really driving down towards 126.70. They want to break that line, right? Bank holiday, the slayer of OPEX. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold.
See, that is why I said it was not. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Are you a New York Giants or Jets fan? I don't really watch football. I don't care about either team. When I was a little kid, I liked the 49ers because they had Jerry Rice, and he was awesome. Thanks, Morty Sanchez. Glad to hear it, dude. I think the real question today should be, what do I eat for lunch? I'm determined to eat something before close of market today, besides keto-friendly cheese doodles, because those are fucking disgusting. Indian food? It's so hard to eat on the stream. I need things that are handheld. Ooh, got stuff coming from Amazon today. I'm trying to find headphones that I can sleep in. I've spent well, a large amount of money trying to find headphones that I can sleep in. On my side. Go to Raising Cane's? They don't have that here. Also, fuck Raising Cane's. They need to trim the fucking tendon out of the rib meat. It's disgusting. There's like here's a chicken tender. It's got a tendon in it. Enjoy. Like every single one of them has a fucking tendon in it. Just cut that shit off. I'll pay more. I'd pay to watch Gurk eat a multi-vanilla ice cream cone. I eat ice cream on stream occasionally. So the Bose sleep buds are actually great, but you can only listen to the sounds that come with the Bose sleep buds. There's like an app and it's got like a certain... So I tried the sleep phones. Those sucked. Secure. I did not like those. Also, they're way overpriced for that. But the whole wearing a headband while I sleep thing is not for me. Therapists use noise... Must have been a bad franchise. Maybe. They're about the size of a Bluetooth speaker. And if you put it near the thin wall in your room, it'll block out the noise. Interesting. Neuralink has some awesome built-in headphones. Some days I just miss trading other stocks. Does anybody ever get a hankering? Try sleeping with your phone under your pillow. Seems like cancer. Keeping earbuds in for too many hours in a row, sound like toxic shock syndrome? I don't think so. So I bought in-ear monitors, but my phone doesn't have a fucking auxiliary port, right? And they don't make a lot of like Bluetooth in-ear monitors. And if they do, they're huge. I tried the Shure ones, those weren't bad. Like those were kind of comfortable when you're sleeping. But the like over the ear things that you have to wear are not. Bluetooth hearing aid. Ooh. Can I play music through that? Or more specifically, financial literature? I like to fall asleep to options as a strategic investment. No, I'm just kidding. There's no audiobook for that. I listen to economic history podcasts. Ultimate ears? You're a nerd. Okay. At least I nerd out about something that makes me money. Dan fried chicken. You'll get custom molded earbuds from Ultimate Ears that fit Shure triple driver in-ear monitors. We could try that. Shocks open run. Oh, I tried those, the bone connection ones. Um no. They're kind of small, like they don't fit around my head properly, and so like the little hard parts that are supposed to press against your temples just like push into my fucking ears from the front. It's very uncomfortable. If they had like an adjustable headband on them, I'd buy those again because those are the closest. 7:15 AMC puts bullish or foolish. I mean, why? There's so many better stocks to buy puts on. Thrilling tales of modern capitalism. No, but now I want to. Most people expected indexes to continue last week's trend today. Now that we're neutral, do you expect a decline for the rest of the week? No, I think there's still going to be like some market-wide gamma exposure tomorrow from the run on Friday. So I think we could have a little pump tomorrow still. I don't know how the market's going to handle the economic report, but I'm wary about carrying any positions beyond that are bullish. Shove a JBL into a My Pillow. Hmm. So the next time you think we see VUPs is July 18, 19. Yeah, I think that week. 18, 19, 20. Staying up for 72 hours straight reading fin reports does not help you fall asleep? No, that's a very exciting endeavor for me. I kept finding things and they were bullish, and then, ugh. I was so jacked up on it all last night that I like tried to call a quant meeting at like midnight. It's okay, Carl. You weren't invited. When to buy July calls? Well, I'm not buying them today. Yeah, Popcorn Trader, your input would have been really valuable. It was unfortunately you couldn't make it. I was surprised, but not surprised the other day to see you still awake and shit posting at 4:30 a.m. in the Discord. I mean, that's usually around my bedtime. like 5, 4:30, 5. And I get up at like 7:30 or 7. Too many 2.5 hour days in a row starts to wear me down. And then I start falling asleep on stream. Interesting. I don't know why I can't find your DM, Bob. Can you message me real quick so it shoots to the top of my list? Oh, never mind, I found it. Did I even see this? Several commerce, fully disclosure, redemption, or -1 basis, such market risk. We're just carving out ETFs, investing in foreign markets from proposed timing requirements. Open-ended funds, suspend redemptions, and postpone payment. What's this for? Rule 22C2? I don't really know if this is applicable to what we're looking at. I mean, they didn't adopt the proposed requirement, so there was no change. Let me in the quant cord, make me a mod, just so I can fuck with the cat with 60-second timeouts in there as well. I need him to be able to speak freely in the quant cord, Carl. So once Knave Gex on XRT crosses the orange line, VUP? What orange line? I think that orange line you're referring to is just the price. Yeah, dude, that's just the price of XRT. That's fucking nothing to do with the Knave Gex. What do you think about the Russian default? I mean, it's not like no one saw it coming. It's not like, wow, Russia defaulted. How about instead of $15 an hour, work experience, Nanixco? Nanexco. So I got my second GFE on Friday, and I don't want to get my third today. Got stopped out on 135C this morning and bought July 125P. Are you holding your puts past close today? Yeah. I bought them for July 15th, so. What's your favorite era in history, and why is it the classical Renaissance? Well, it's not the classical Renaissance. It's the Golden Age. Of the late 18 to early 1900s. I'll just keep abusing the Dans here in YouTube chat. All right. Deep fried donut. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord.
Happy birthday.
I'll add you to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't
Why do
got
my
rope.
ears need to
More than a
breathe
chance,
at
but
night?
we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you
My
are
ears
what you
don't
eat, it makes
respirate.
gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC.
Weekly CSPs on BBY, a bad idea. Ivy's elevated with earnings this week, and the return is pretty good for sevens. It's okay for sevens.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
$50 return on $700. And you're more than likely to lose the $700 if you're buying shares at $650, which is just the price it's trading at. I don't know. I don't think I'm a big fan of them. Maybe if you sell them further out. No, even further out, they're fucking worthless. $1.44 for August. Well, not even, like $1.38 for August. It's got a 19% return. Look at that, almost 20. It's not terrible, I guess, but you need to. The theta's so cheap, and the puts are like the options are so. It's just shit, right? I guess if you really want to own BBBY, then it's worth it, but. I'm making a bolognese. That's too much. I'm not going to do that for lunch. Robber barons or steampunk? Robber barons. There was just a beauty in the embracing of corruption that occurred through that period of time that we're approaching again, and I can't wait. I thought paper trading on WeBull added options. I don't see the widget. Am I crazy? I don't know. I don't paper trade. Dr. Drake, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I'll get you a bit of a different song here.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no.
You're
Like
worth it.
AMC
Remember that.
suckers,
Hashtag
not a
treat
cult,
yourself.
bro. We some GME lovers,
I
not
do
a
want
cult.
to treat myself.
Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still
July 1 rigged $9 calls. Go away, alright? Don't... Shit. Popcorn trader. Complete shit. Did you sell covered calls or buy calls? I sold like 12 covered calls and I bought puts. So NFT marketplace we announced stocks went dividend with 100% utilization. Utilization's down. Down 5% seems perfectly normal. So far. Hey, we're at resistance. Why is this not? Oh no. We're $1 above resistance. Only limit and market sells. What are the dates for July's OPEC settlement period is between the 18th and 20th. And then if we run, obviously that'll create the market maker kickback that we love so much. When Twitch stream? I don't know. I haven't been doing that a lot lately. I've been kind of busy after work. Maybe I'll do some this week. We'll see. It was like kind of a slow week. Can you sell a CC, close it, and resell a new one the next day? Or no? Yes. You could sell a CC, close it, and sell a new one the same day. If you have enough money. Put's about to print once we fall through the support. Just flash crashed to 77 already. What's the best pickle producing company to invest in? Preferably with a pickle dividend. I have no idea. So roll down, sell to open, buy to close. Yes. That, well, and then followed by sell again, right? Or well, if you're rolling it down, you've already sold it, right? So it'd be buy to close, then sell to open. That's backwards, right? I'm too late entertaining. Am I too late entertaining cat now? No, it's still like chopping in that same range. It tested 190. It failed a little bit, which is expected. It can still move up and test again. Nice entry opportunity, though. Especially if it continues down. The risk on the downside's like 185-ish. It's like 185, 184.50 is the level you want to watch. If it breaks down below that, then you'd want to probably bail and re-enter or something. One day I lifted up a log and saw a stick, and I thought to myself, that log had a child. Okay. Tell me this is something else besides a way to help continue to crush BTC further down. Sure. Gotta give that liquidity back where it belongs in the market. So we can officially enter a recession on Wednesday? Yeah, but they'll probably do that same thing they did last time, where they wait for the second report to confirm it. U.S. crude inventory on Strategic Petroleum Reserve falls to 480 million barrels, lowest since April 1986. Dude, the U.S. has more than enough oil for like the next 200 years. I wouldn't worry about the U.S.'s strategic oil reserves. They're doing just fine. It's no joke about rich people never putting their cars in reverse. I'm at a client's house right now and they have a turntable for their cars at the top of their driveway. Exactly. Yeah, I saw that in the money calls. Just made 70% on brag calls, placed a stop loss on Friday, and filled today for a nice little profit. Thanks to the education. You got it, dude. Congrats, man. And the money calls haven't stopped coming in. The only green I see in my portfolio is MACD on Visa. You don't get a GFV if it settles out before like the next trade. So it's harder to get GFVs on options. Eskimo Vapor. I'm up 55% on my August 715 135 cc's. How do you manage this? Let it ride or buy back and sell weeklies? Did you sell them this morning? If I was up 55%, I'd probably buy back and then resell. Like roll down or roll down. You're already kind of close though. I mean, rolling down could be a little risky because you'd be rolling down into the 130 range. Probably 132.50. And if we float around this resistance for a while, you know, you might have to let them bleed a little longer. Will we ever get up past 300 again? I could see it happening at some point. Good morning, Manuel Lopez. SPY has Gex tomorrow. Yeah. Wouldn't SPY at 395? Maybe tomorrow. They're shorting wheat. No, the market's just rallying. Wheat's a commodity. It does better when the market's in decline. Also, I'm not really concerned about the current price of wheat. I'm more worried about the future price of wheat. Is there an efficient way to play the downswings on DDS? If the options chain is so liquid, does that mean puts aren't a good idea? It's just really hard to get a fill that's anywhere near like it's like Black-Scholes value. So you can put the orders in at like what the option should be worth, but you might not get a fill. And then they're also hard to get rid of. I sold Friday when you said Ivy was dropping hard. Smart. What do you think about the Home Depot calls at the current price point? It seems like they're trending at the bottom of the 280 to 300 range. I intend to play Home Depot very soon. I'm just waiting for a possible better entry. Like if I can get an entry in the 280 range, I would prefer that. His buyback cost is 55% of the premium paid out, Victor. So the premium of the contract is now 55% less than what he sold it for. So to buy it back would earn him a profit of 55%, right? If I heard correctly, you plan to play July 7-8. I don't know what you're talking about. How much premium have you made roughly from selling GME covered calls? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I'd have to add it up. I didn't start selling them until March. But I sold a bunch last year. Well, I sold a bunch in the March run last year. I think I made what was it like? It was like 123,000 in March last year. And then this year, I don't have to. I have to add up this year. On the March run, not as much as I would have liked. But since then, maybe about 200. AMC can't squeeze. That's silly talk. Didn't it move into the Russell 1K last week? It did, right? I mean, there's no such thing as safe, Gen, but it looks pretty good, yeah. I would have tried to have grabbed them earlier today. Selling covered calls when we're bouncing off resistance probably isn't the best idea. If a CC expires worthless, then you're Gucci. Yeah. AMC heads are excited about the 10 million orders placed at end of day Friday, I think. That's for the rebalance. Top Gun, same like OPEX. Tiny bit of volume coming in. Hmm. Yeah. How long do you think I'll need to diamond hand these 127 puts for 7-8? I don't know. Why did you buy puts at 127 for 7-8? What's so attractive about far out of the money puts? Are you not up already? Or did you just buy them when we bounced? One 127 puts for Jamie for 7-8 seem good. I mean, they're okay. I bought it at 128.50. I was only earlier in the day on 128 puts and got out because no theta. Seven, 8. Yeah, it could be enough time to realize something. It did 115 for 715. Why? If you guys are buying at the low resistances, the chances of your option getting skirted versus going in the money are much higher, right? So like, let me try to explain this again. If say you have a price target, doesn't matter up or down, but say you have a price target of like 136, right? You don't and the stock is trading at like 120, right? You don't buy a fucking call for 136. You'd buy a call for like 122 or 125, right? That way, as the price increases, the option goes in the money versus having an option that never goes in the money. I mean, IV should rise. It fucking dropped like all the way down to 100. We don't generally sustain IV that low for very long. This really does not line up with my buy only $50 out of the money option strategy. I know it doesn't, Popcorn. Ooh, I thought you just won if you hit the number. No. How far dated are your cat calls? August 19th? If we expect the price to hit 1,000 by next week, then July 500s are a good bet. I mean, if the price is gonna hit 1,000, everything's a good bet. But I don't think it's gonna. Why do you expect the price to hit $1,000? Billy T Fix. Because I know you're extremely concerned about the stock. TR doing a tiny bounce. Yes, very dork. So the holiday shenanigans, we're expecting the real OPEX July 15th. I mean, I'm going to try to confirm it. I've got a couple tests that will help solidify that theory. It's still very fresh, right? But I'm hoping if we see borrow rate continue to drop or remain stagnant, till July 8th. And then after July 8th, borrow rate rising. So this is something I'll be looking for to test it. High liquidity short position, so if we get slammed, that's another test that I'll be looking for. Do you think August dated calls are enough time for 200 cat calls? Okay, so I'm fairly confident in cat's move back above 200. Here's my problem, though. I don't want to buy 200s when it's at this price. I generally don't buy 200s until it's broken the 195 resistance. So I usually scale into my cat position at each resistance level to confirm that it's going to continue moving up, because it can stagnate for a long period of time, and if you buy into those options too soon, you know, you can burn a lot of their value by the time it starts moving up more. Sorry, I know I just missed a Ko-Fi. Lorca, thank you. Heard you were going to stream Top Gun to raise money to petition to remove Citadel as the options writer for GMA. Just wanted to throw a few brave dollars on the pile. Thanks, Lorca. No, I'm not doing that, but I appreciate it. I have quants. They don't even speak English. I can see that. Do you speak the language they speak, though? No shorts available for shorting on IBKR since Friday, 10:45. There was 100 available this morning. Yeah, the appearance of them using the borrow pool is not the same as the evidence of them using the borrow pool via the rate increasing. Isn't Wolverine the options MM for GME, not Citadel? Yes. After that explanation about buying in the money calls at 122 when the stock was trading at 128, that's not what I said. I said the stock was trading at 120, your price target's 136. You would buy calls in between. You wouldn't buy 136s because this is your PT, right? So this is where you expect the stock to end up, not that you're if you expected the stock to go past your price target, that wouldn't be your price target. It would be the higher level, right? So what I see a lot of people doing is like, I'm like, I think the low over the next month's going to be like 116, and they're like, I'm going to buy 115 puts. Like, why wouldn't you buy like a 120 put so that it would go $4 in the money if we hit the low? No worries, Walken. Do you even protest? No, I don't really care about things. I think people buying further out cat calls thinking same like buying OPEX calls. Thanks for the explanation though. I'll revise strategy moving forward. Yeah, not the same. Cat just like it can move up hard and then sit somewhere for a while. And this is why you want theta. Because it can just chop at like a small resistance for a period of time before moving up more. I sold GME covered calls. I don't know if they're safe, but if they're not, I can buy them back. I got 128, 715 puts. Did I do good? Did I goof? No, that's much better. I mean, if you bought them when we were at 135, though, kind of ridiculous. Because we know the next resistance to the downside is at 126.70, right? So the closer you are to that, the less potential profit you have. So here we are this morning at 135, right? And over the next couple weeks, we might hit 116. And we have very strong resistance at 126. So when you're positioning into something like this, right? Like you usually want to capture that first leg of movement to the downside. Or alternatively, you want to catch the far end of the movement, which would mean you would want more theta, right? Because you're going to experience decay while you hold it. So if you're trying to get leverage here, then you want to buy these farther dated calls. Like you'd want like, I don't know, something beyond 715. Like say like 15, 20, like 20 DTE or 30 DTE. Let's say 30 DTE on these. And you'd want like 14 DTE on these. Right? Because then these have more time for them to be realized. And you can buy more of them because they're very cheap when we're trading at 135, right? But it'll give you time to break down through this resistance. Does that make sense? Feel free to ask me about it if it doesn't. Same thing if you have multiple price targets to the upside, right? So say you have like a mid and a high, right? And like stock XYZ is trading at $99, right? And your mid price target's 105, your high is 110. You can buy all of these contracts at the same time, but you'll want more theta on these. Sometimes weeklies are the right option to buy. There's a time and a place for everything, right? Like if you expect something to open up and break out $5, why not buy weeklies? You're going to be in and out of the contract in the same day. But if you're going to hold something, you don't want a weekly, right? Like if you're swinging over a period of time, you need to ensure that your theta is going to remain stable throughout that period of time, right? And this is kind of like what, you know, we try to do with OPEX positioning is the reason we buy theta is not because like the thesis is wrong or we don't know when it's going to run. We know the period of time it's going to run. The idea behind buying theta is to reduce the cost of holding exposure open for the period of time we think it's going to run. By buying further dated calls, you have far less decay on a far dated call over a short period of time than you do on a closer dated call. Theta is constant, but the rate is much slower if the call is far dated. Whereas a close dated call, the rate of theta decay is vastly accelerated, right? If you've been here for a while and still don't buy theta, you either love to gamble or shouldn't play options. Risk is yours. Are we doing basic concepts? Could you explain what the yellow line on your chart is? Fuck you, Cornhub. Every once in a while, I have to revisit the basics because people forget them. Pimco too big to fail? Probably, yeah. I don't think they're going to fail because of Russian debt. I'm sure they're well positioned. The 2024 puts move much on the runs? You can sell a 2024 at the money put for over $60. I mean, yeah, they move. They move relative to the change in delta more than anything, but they move. The problem is you're tying up capital for a very long period of time, or if it's in the money, you can get assigned. Shorts just covering on AMC? I don't think so. I think it's just like some Russell buying. Probably mutual funds. Didn't GameStop have a small rally after its inclusion last year? I thought it did. It was what, like the 25th or something? Yeah, it had like a rally the next day. On the 28th, the following Monday. It had like a little rally. It's not a big deal. It's just mutual funds probably buying in. Gotta revisit basics because you picked up new super stonkers who want to make money waiting for MOASS. Yeah, that happens. I think I finally understand theta. How can you explain what price action is? Still lots of learners in here. I know people must cringe at my questions at times. We appreciate the basics and everyone's patience. I think I offered enough in that explanation for new and old followers alike, right? I covered some stuff people maybe not thinking of. One thing I love about trading more than e-commerce is that the learning is much faster. Web e-com, so much work is done just getting the product to market. And with trading, you can get feedback so fast. Yeah. I mean, price realization also in the market's much faster as well. But I would imagine a lot of time is spent on the setup. That's like institutional investing, though. You're gonna take like months to enter a position. So while it seems fun when you're trading your own capital, as I'm sure you're aware based on what you've said, at the institutional level, things don't always move so quick. I'm actually doing research using your information on certain stocks and not just FOMOing into it. Am I a real trader now? Maybe. How likely do you think a Jan 24 CC is to be assigned It was in the money at a higher price, like 170. Would think it would be less likely since we haven't traded much above that recently. I mean, it probably wouldn't get assigned. Even if it was pretty deep in the money, because it's so far dated. Thanks, Jen Jen. If SPY goes sub 370 Wednesday and there's an announcement of an actual recession, short hedge funds are going to be very liquid. I could see him using that to short us sub 100, then cover in July. Possible. Yeah. Not difficult to be a trader. The tricky part is being a successful trader, I guess. Yeah. It's easy, anybody can trade, but it's hard to do it with consistency. Look at the price action. It appears many are still buying weeklies on both sides. IBM used the elevated GME prices and spread to eat premiums. Crazy. Boo weeklies, unless you're a champ. There's a time and a place for them. Friday morning was great for weeklies, right? Like, at the money weeklies went up very nicely Friday morning. Can we get a full bull song when BBBY $10? Sure. Probably a reason. I mean, I don't even think they need a reason for kicking the can besides they can. Right? It just makes them more money in the long term. Ugh, man, I'm so tired today. Should I get more coffee? Maybe I'll have an iced tea. Didn't you say a long time ago that they went long on AMC? There could be something to watch out for. Thanks, man. I think this is still just the backlash from the Russell rebalance. I don't think they're like going long AMC. People get too easily bulled up. Put your fucking horns away. What are Cohen's BBY options doing? Theta decay? I mean, or he sold them all when he bought in and pumped the stock. Has he filed a 13F again? I don't think so. Now, if he files a 13F and BBBY is trading at $5 and he's still holding them, I'm going balls deep. How can we put our horns away when your fucking cat has horns? Ignore the cat. He's a cat. Imagine taking your stock advice from an interdimensional fairy cat. Nothing like hearing you mention the word recession a few times to really bull me up for over 4 hours, so I have to call my doctor. Uh Could the OPEX run ever lead to a sneeze again? Maybe. If there was enough pressure, or we have enough FTDs. I mean, just remember when JFresh gets all bullish in chat and you guys lose money on calls, he thinks it's hysterical. Pi-Fi, Citadel is net long on AMC calls. I know, who cares? When's September chain? Trying to get those instead of August in 2 weeks. Whenever they decide to open it. Citadel net long, same like can sell and dump. The Poors chat in Discord is all about inversing you. I guess that's why that's still the Poors chat. Oh. The Poors chat is just like a weird amalgamation of people from Super Stonk trolling and people who are just there in there all the time. I hope they went full bull this morning, because that'd be funny. I love how they always try to like, they're like, I'm going to inverse him when it's trading flat. Did they all buy calls this morning? How did that work out? Hint, it didn't. When are you converting GME to AMC? Never. They like the super stonkers will come in the port chat and they'll be like, I don't know, guys, man, this option shit, it's really killing my port. I think maybe just buy, hold, and DRS was actually the way. Like they're fucking slick or something. As a port that went full covered call this morning, or is that statement, but really like you? Thanks, +1 GME. I'm inversing the pores and it's been profitable. Is that why you're always in there, Pong? You're trying to pick up their strategies? People who don't like options clearly haven't played OPEX and won. Yeah. We have 16 million in FTDs due tomorrow. No. On the MM side? Maybe. I have to look. I don't think 16 million. $16 million worth, maybe. Not 16 million shares. It's just Dunning-Kruger, right? They've been in the market for 3 months. They think they know some shit. It's pride and ignorance, which is arguably worse. Hmm. T-Doc volume spike. Oh, that's interesting. Uh, everything volume spike? Docu? Interesting. Like a few stocks had a volume spike there. The SPY did too. Hmm. That's weird. It's not the pointing out that OPEX didn't happen. Anybody can point out the obvious emergency exit. It's this shit like inverse Gherk, or Gherk doesn't know what he's talking about. Frankly, it'd be easier to ban you all. Like you guys do, though. That's the funny part. You'd never ban me? Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that. Doesn't know what he's talking about, but he doesn't like pineapple on pizza. Pineapple on pizza is disgusting. What's up, Dr. K? Good to see you around again. Justice for Koala. Boo Fopax, then promote sticky floors. I'm telling you guys, it's just rallying because the Russell 1K move. There's nothing like wildly unusual going on there. It's up what? Like fucking $2 today? And people are losing their shit? What are you trading the fuck out of? It's just gone straight up. Shill's heavy today. Must have run out of DRS posts to whack off too. I think people are just sad because they held their calls over the weekend expecting Monday to rip. This is why we can't have nice things. You're not wrong, Bob P. Cotton getting smashed? The commodity? That's on how they boofed June OPEX. I mean, I think they just filed for an extension right now. Think we'll run for July OPEX, or is there still some fuckery? I think so. We'll see. I'm waiting. We're gonna wait for more confirmation before we say July looks good. Life on the precipice of dumpster fire. Can you give me a lowdown on the state of GME? Been unfortunately busy the last few months to follow. They're building up FTD obligation. I'm trying to think of when you left. They're building up FTD obligations again on GME directly, because they've burned through the liquidity on the ETF so many times. They're compounding the cycle, so more obligations due per month versus per quarter. They seem to possibly be using, we're not sure on this yet, but possibly be using holiday FINRA deferrals in order to extend their settlement. So compounding the OPEXs, but also offsetting them so they're not following a repeated pattern. And that's something that started, I think, in Feb when they kicked Feb into March. And I think they've just done it again on June, but we're not sure yet. So what we're doing is we're following the borrow rate pretty closely. If the borrow rate starts to go up again after July 8th, then that's going to be pretty indicative of the liquidity provided by XRT being cut off again. And that's going to put them into another liquidity crunch moving into July's OPEX period. If you ban us porous, who will buy your cover calls? The fucking market maker? No problem, Dr. K. The poor is overestimating their importance again. No, Sean. I think it's super creative to use the penalty of reg show on XRT as an advantage to offset obligation patterns. Demonstrates how poorly thought out regulations are as well. I mean, there's always loopholes in regulations. Should we plan to close our profitable puts on July 7th in advance of potential after hours run on XRT goes on reg show? I think July 8th because of the July 4th holiday. So there's an extra day. So I think July 8th after hours is the 13th, like the end of the 13-day period. Kathy Wood just bought Neo. Someone's gonna short the shit out of it. I swear to God, someone's been tracking her buy-ins and just shorting the fuck out of them. Maybe she shouldn't release them every night. I can't listen to the stream through Discord now that you timed me out. Did you time out emergency exit? Am I married? No. Do you plan to play July 8th? I don't know. I mean, would playing January 6th have been that great? Probably. It was a Thursday, but July 8th is a Friday. So it's harder to play, right? You have to buy calls for the following week. I have to do commissioning support now. We're cleared for liftoff, Rocket. If you missed puts at open, would you buy some now or wait? We are cleared for liftoff, Rocket. What? Let's try to rally the poorest to rise up against the oppression. Listen, if you actually have a critique, offer it. If you don't, and you're just talking shit, I'll just ban you. I don't give a fuck. The poorest chat isn't all that bad. Yeah, it is. Carl, you got your hammer? Go nuts. Cat dead? No, that's fine. That's why you buy far dated calls. No, it hasn't fallen. The risk for cat's down at like 184. As long as it holds the low resistance, it'll be fine. As a poor, I can confirm it is that bad. Because if I'm answering questions about GameStop, I do it in front of everyone. That's why I joined the public chat. Otherwise, I never would. It's awful. Can you explain why trade trades and Wall Street lure are the best financial gurus of all time? No. Can you? You think AMC is from OPEX? Does that give you any optimism for us seeing action before we're open tomorrow? I don't think AMC is running due to OPEX. Can you please financially advise me on how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Of a lollipop? I don't know. Like 1,000? How wet's your tongue? Your perm brings all the market makers to the yard. Thanks, Bob Vance. Can you DRS one share, pretty please? No. The answer's 3. Help, I'm being silenced. Do you think people are looking at AMC price action and thinking Jimmy is going to go next, and that's prompting weekly call buying, which is propping us up a bit? I don't know. I don't really see a lot of weeklies coming in right now. There's some, but not a ton. Mostly just puts. Puts and Gen 23, like, in the money calls. Some 130s and 140s. Although, it's hard to say if these are bought or sold. It looks like there were a bunch of 130s bought at open and then sold off. And then some more bought, and then those got sold off in the midday. And then now it's kind of just trading flat. 135s, same deal. 140s? 140s are picking up a tiny bit. For, those are for July 22nd, though. I don't really see any weeklies. I see some weeklies that got sold off at market open, but I don't really see anybody buying into weeklies. Not in significant numbers. I think MM's what retailed to buy AMC puts. I'm not even paying attention to it, so I don't know how they're going to get me to do that. Can we clip how wet's your tongue? Any thoughts on breaking the low resistance this week or next? I mean, we're sitting on it. So the chances of us breaking down below it are higher. What IV bump does cat usually have when it starts to run? The IV usually doesn't go up very much. It's pretty minimal. Most of the value in cat calls is them going in the money. It ran really hard back in what was it? Like it had a few days of sustained run back in like early March. Well, a couple weeks of a sustained run. And there was a period during that where IV spiked kind of hard. I think it was around like March 7th or March 8th. I can't remember. But it was one of those days IV spiked a little bit. But yeah, IV doesn't really spike on cat much. I need to make a child support payment today. We staying flat or waiting to close for sale? I'd I'd wait for CNS. If you're holding puts, we've just double topped. I can't really decide if this is bullish. I don't think it is. Fucking volume sucks. Is it 1269 yet? Oh, it's already over. So 1269 got us like a little tiny run. I don't know, man. We're fucking not. It's really hard for us to cross VWAP today. We might retest the low side, like 127. Or we break out here on the third test. You guys still have money? Yeah. If this is the start of the short, cover low, small run, repeat, stair step pattern down to 100. So far we lost $5 from Friday close. We'll see. No weeklies because Poors learned their lesson last week. Almost like we do listen to you. Some people do. If I buy more of your cover calls, you lay off the pores. The biggest reason the pores chat is cancer is because during the trading day, it's full of all the hate watchers who hang out or hang around to just talk shit. After market close, that completely stops. It's a perfectly cool place to be. Thoughts on the spork? Like as an invention? I don't really know how I feel about it. Sorry for the repeated question. Didn't realize how far back in chat you were. No worries, man. Did I answer the question? The ones that are too chicken to talk here. Yeah, essentially. The ones who like talk a lot of shit, but they don't have the balls to actually call me out. Is there such a thing as hate subscribing? Maybe. We're pushing up over VWAP a tiny bit. But no volume holding it. Yeah. CNS pump or dump today? I don't know. I think we have some okay. I think we have some like okay FTDs today. Like the FTDs from like a 2.4 million day. ETF FTDs from like a 4.8 million day. So might have a little pressure from that. Why are there so many ads for your Sunday streams? There shouldn't be any. I hate subscribe today. I hated that it took me this long. All good, man. No, I'm on live chat, Fluffy. Any theory on OPEX, how OPEX was deferred? I just got here. Check out the weekend stream. I went over it pretty extensively. Just watch like the first 30 minutes on like 2x. Someone saying big chunk of FTDs in the first week of July. Accurate? I don't know if it's that big of a chunk, and it's not really like net long, right? But there's some decent FTDs through the first week of July. It's okay. It's gonna be from mostly from like May OPEX, right? I got a YouTube Premium, so I don't have to put up with any dog shit ads from your streams. Worth it. Or just get ad block. I mean, I don't know what to tell people who don't know how to get rid of ads. You really upset that dude in the Pores chat. Okay. Maybe he should leave. Or stay. I really don't give a shit. I'm off topic here. If your neighbor called cops every time you parked wrong, would you call the cops when they parked wrong? Yeah. Volume picking up on cat. I enjoy the ads. I just made 50% on 3-minute SPY trades, 0 DTEs. Why can't I make money on GME? Because you're not supposed to. GME is like a fine wine, right? It's the riper the berry, the sweeter the juice. So whatever happened with those 5 million shares that showed up in RT's NAV? Did you guys ever solve that mystery? I mean, it's not a mystery. The shares showed up. So I'm confused. Did we solve why they haven't covered? I mean, I think I have, but I'm not sure yet. I need time, right? Because all of our data is fucking backdated. People think I can just solve shit in advance before the data comes in, but I actually have to wait for the data. Did you watch the stream yesterday, Bob? I thought I went over it very extensively. Maybe I didn't explain it well. But the pores need their stream time too. I saw some theta decay worth the wait on some near the money 715 calls for July 8th IV bump after XRT reg show. This is some theta decay worth the wait. I mean, I'd wait until July 8th before I bought them. Because if they're going to do the same shit they did in January, it's just going to run in after hours, right? So they can settle up before they get audited by the SEC. I subscribe to follow your drama with the trash can wasps. My air conditioner is kind of working today, so hopefully I won't have to open my kitchen window and let the wasps in. But that motherfucker's garbage can is still full of shit and still on his patio. Balcony. What do you call it if the balcony is not just like a strip? Is that a patio? So like he has like there's like a strip over here of like walkway with a railing. But then there's like an extension area that's like that's like it's just like concrete. And it has a wall. I think this is the patio. Veranda? Ooh. What's up, turd? You got it, the good, the bad, and the Dan. First hedge fund ever. I'm not a hedge fund. Maybe the guy's dead? No, I think I saw him out there like yesterday. I don't think he's dead. I wish. Filthy fuck. Report him to the SEC. My personal hedge fund is down $75 to $6. Apparently, Rig wasn't gonna 3x today. Stung to death. Patio's ground level. I is this another Carl? Oh shit. Does Carl know? Yeah, this isn't good. This is gonna create all kinds of drama. Different Carl. Have you ever oh shit. Well, it's too late now. GME broke out of its downward channel from the last round to 148. Yes, it did. When does garbage be a fire hazard? I don't see how. It's just a garbage can. Unless it's going to spontaneously combust. Terrace? There's been a second Carl with no profile pic for months now. You only just noticed? Yeah. Did you sell your puts? Why would I do that? Did you sell yours? Did two Carls make a hot Carl? No, it makes a Carl sandwich. My building won't even allow furniture due to fires from cigarette butts. Wait, what? Like inside your apartment? How'd you get so many pretty girls in your Discord? I mean, I'm hot as fuck, so it's inevitable, right? Covered call greater than put? Similar. Money up front. Less potential. Okay, am I shadow banned or just not worth the attention anymore? I don't like the way you conducted yourself on that flight, Elon. Covered Carl greater than covered call. The only question is what catches your attention when you look camera left? A person, alien, imaginary friend, mini Gurk, Larry, RC. Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, it's just my receptionist. I'd be stoked if you could sign that bag of cheese doodles, fill it with a couple dead wasps we have laying around, and send it to me. I'll pay postal fees. I mean, you're right across the hall. I don't think I'd have to send it via the post, right? You have to be more specific. I fly a lot. What about the rainbow option spread? What an epiphany. I know. It was exciting, right? Composting is an exothermic reaction. Garbage cans can compost by virtue of the organic matter. Okay. It's metal. I feel like it'd contain any potential fire. I don't know. My landlord hasn't responded much to any of my complaints. I think he just doesn't care. He rented the apartment to me, like, in the middle of the pandemic, super cheap. I think he doesn't like me very much. And then also, they don't really have any ability to control what the tenants who own their apartments do. Like, the tenants that are part of the co-op can kind of do whatever the fuck they want because they own their apartments, right? Unless the co-op board says something to them. So, like, the management company really can't say shit. Like, they're not gonna like be like go to their employer and be like, "Hey, you guys need to you guys need to not do this anymore." Which is kind of the problem I have with my neighbor and now my downstairs neighbor also. Because the co-op board hires them to rent the additional apartments. Your landlord did respond. The elevator accident was just poorly timed. Here's my question. Is it, and this is kind of fucked up, but is it kind of like, maybe this is a little conspiratorial of me, but how come I have suicide prevention windows and my downstairs neighbor has a fucking patio with a 3-foot high railing? Like, is that discriminatory? Because they know you're an options trader. Because 3 feet is code. Changing codes and grandfather clauses. That might make sense. So, like, when they remodeled my apartment, maybe? Oh, that's not nearly as funny. I lied about not commenting anymore today. I stopped for gas and thought you'd enjoy knowing, so... Was it expensive? Jimmy about to mob ass? It's looking good. Nice late afternoon breakup. Are we gonna get any volume? Or is this just like, we're gonna run until fucking CNS and then get shut down again? Like, this still doesn't look great, right? I'm okay with moassing on no volume. We broke VWAP, wind ripping. Not right now. If we break 130, maybe. I don't know. I just don't see any volume coming in from anywhere. Like the bid side of the order book's just depressing. SPY pushing up? A little bit. We could get some active fund pressure right now. That would be solid. We're outperforming the market for the last hour. $128p 715 safe? No, options are never safe. Looks like the Discord link in the description is broken. The one in the daily post works correctly. Oh, shit. Interesting. I'll fix it. Did it expire or something? There we go. I updated it. Can you check that one, Fluffy? Let me know if it works. He has a balcony, so he obviously has something to live for. I feel like you're hating me today, but it's cool. No. Why? Any chance we can break below 125 this week, or is my 125 put too far out of the money? The only problem I have with that is we have a lot of support at 126. Like, it's a strong fucking support. So I don't really like bets to the downside of it. Ooh, that's volume. Not a lot, but a little bit. We're doing gap ups. I was on the East Coast this weekend. I don't think I could do this till 4 every day. What? Pre-covering tomorrow's FTDs? I don't think so. This has got some sustained volume. I think this is, like I said, if we got a little breakout on the SPY here, this is a good time. The ask is pretty wide, so we're gapping up. It's a rally. I don't know how long it's going to last for. But, I mean, everything's coming up right now, so we're getting a little bit of active fund pressure. Maybe we have an hour of it. We'll see. I mean, still be really cautious of this, like, 135 resistance. Time to buy those puts. I'm going to re-enter them, depending on where it breaks out, too. Arctive fund pressure? What price target would you be looking for to re-enter a put position? Just a rejection. You play these puts and they're just weeklies for short-term profits. I buy a little more theta on them, like 14 days, but yeah. Just to play the downside. I especially like to buy them when they start pumping volume into our drop. So when I see volume going up on our drop, they tend to be very profitable. So like this was just a move down with the market, right? But like they pumped a shitload of volume into that move. And so on days when they do this, puts tend to be really profitable. Not gonna hold 135. The SPY rally fail. Fuck. Piece of shit. Well, there went the active fund pressure. See, this still looks pretty bullish. If this can recover, even if it can recover here, that'd be awesome. Let's see if we can buy these 389s out of the money. Come on, just a little dip. Yeah. Do you buy at the money? Yeah. Because the range of the movement's like kind of undetermined, right? So it's best to buy them at the money and just capture the delta shift. New link works. Okay, thank you guys. Spy went up $12 on Friday, so Gex tomorrow. There should be some, yeah. I just bought weekly puts on GME. How dumb am I? We'll see. If this breaks up, I think GameStop will move up a little more, but like it's not like we're gonna rip or anything. Volume's already like dying off on this run, right? But poop. Thanks, MOASS Spectrometer. The question now is when to buy more. Probably not today. Doesn't Melvin close their position this week? What position? Melvin hasn't reported a position on GameStop since last year. I just like opened calls on the SPY and then closed them immediately. Aren't they closing the company? Sure. That doesn't mean that they either haven't shifted their bags to their prime or that, they have any position to close. AMC up because Russell 1000 edition. I agree. No problem, Shoegaze. Shugazi? Still don't know how that's pronounced. Gabe Plotkin follows this channel. Is he trying to learn how to invest? Normally moving into the Russell 1000 isn't bullish. I mean, it was for GameStop last year. The day after edition, we spiked. I sold a 160 CC this week, seconds before that run up. Could have squeezed a little extra premium out. Yeah. Yeah, you could have. What are you moving into Gabe's house that you took as collateral? I don't know what you're talking about. Shoe gaze. Okay. Would AMC puts be awesome for July 15 after Russell volatility wears off? Volume, I mean. Maybe. Could stagnate though. July 15. Are you selling more CCs now? I probably will soon. Maybe I'll wait till CNS closes. Volume 10 again. Yeah, but the spy's not slipping yet. Not hard enough. There's still resistance. Ugh. Remember when you said if Putin did something over the weekend, you'd be convinced he was short GameStop? Well, he did hit Kiev with a missile or two. Yeah, but that's not like the same as like declaring war on like Belarus or something, right? I mean, it's terrible that that happened, obviously, but I think there's more news on Russia defaulting on their debt. Isn't Jimmy forming a bullish flag on the 1 minute? There's not a lot that's bullish about this flag. So, fine, Poland? It doesn't matter. You think he cares who he's allies with? When AMC crash? I'd imagine shortly after the AMC run-up is over. August 19th, 200 cat calls. What's a good stop limit? I'm thinking 20%. Not sure if that's wide enough. I mean, a good stop limit's the risk you're willing to take in the position. Pop them off. I think the GM number is rigged, and it being at 169 a few times is like the MM's teasing us. No. Russian activity in Kaliningrad is a bit worrisome, especially for Lithuania and Poland. Oh no. My weird crypto data guy lives in Lithuania. Do you see any bullish positive catalysts this week? Not really. Most of it looks kind of shitty. Like home price index and consumer confidence don't look very promising. GDP and PCE inflation don't look promising. Real consumer spending definitely doesn't look promising. Wait, I'm long the VIX, Mixo. So a 50% market drop would be fantastic. I hope that doesn't come at the expense of human life, obviously, but what did you think of Maxine Waters' report? I read through a bunch of it, but not all of it. I was busy digging into things that matter. Instead of reading about corruption that went down a year ago. Year and a half ago. Are you waiting to re-enter the put position today, or wait till tomorrow and see what the SPY does? I might wait till tomorrow. DDS lowest volume in 2 years, roughly. Looks pretty weird. Yeah, I noticed the volume on it was super low today. Would you buy AMC puts now or wait for IV to settle? I don't know. You think IV is really going to settle before it turns around? MOASS started today. If you know, you know. Great thesis. Isn't there a big pension buy-in this week? There should be for AMC. Not necessarily pensions, but like mutual funds too. Now that it's been added to the index. I don't know if you guys remember like the day after GME was added, but this was the rebalance, right? Or the reconstitution. And then the following day, we had some pretty fun spikes. So it went from like 198 to 224 at the peak. But pretty big volume throughout the morning and into close. I think if you look at other stocks that were added to the Russell, you'll probably see a similar trend. See, this looks bullish as fuck. I like this. Be able to buy my puts at a higher price. Beneficial to wait until GDP to enter on cat. Sure. I mean, I'm just going to average down, but however you want to do it. I don't think GDP is going to affect cat's revenue too much. Most of their revenues from like in-place contracts, and those aren't expiring anytime soon. What's up, man? Joining for lunch. Did I miss anything today? Not really. We went down. Now we're going up a bit. Maybe they bring it back down. Trying to see if this breaks to the upside or not. Mostly. I liked the volume spike that we got there, but that seemed to be all there was. What's the SPY doing? Kind of the same shit. See, this looks kind of good too. I think if the SPY keeps breaking up, we're in for a little bit of a push. It's not really a bull flag. It's a bull pennant, and it broke to the upside, which is good. So bull pennants have a little less statistical likelihood of breaking up. Can you please make quasi-profound comment about DDS's record low volume that looks extremely strange to me, so I can stop asking you about DDS volume? No one's trading it today. It's not very exciting. I don't know what to tell you, Stefan. Check XRT chart. It's just doing the same shit, right? It's compelling. I mean, it's not even that compelling. Gludemeister, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday,
Alright,
Dirk.
I'm gonna buy
Yeah.
some
We might have a
134s.
chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you
Go to
eat
the bathroom.
DD,
I'll be
cause
right
when
back.
the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
You guys short my fucking calls? So rude. Was that MOASS? Sure. BBY flat all day? No, it's coming back up. It's doing the similar shit to GameStop. Might even be doing better. Yeah, well, except for the breakout part. It performed better through the early part of the day, though. I was being bullish, but I got bullied. Oh, whatever. No, I don't think they're covering OPEX on AMC. Why is AMC a stock? Because you keep talking about it. See you later, Marcus McGuire. I just bought puts and saved your calls. Jimmy's free to run now. That's not VWAP. That's the EMA 30. I lost money trading AMC today. How? Didn't it just go straight up? Like if you'd bought a call at almost at any point today, you would be up, right? Or wait, no, because AMC options suck balls. That's not good. Was this a bull flag? No. Never at any point has this been a bull flag. It was a wedge that broke down into a pennant that recovered into an ascending triangle, but is now breaking down again into a double top. You know what's funny is Halfdane spent like the first 6 months of his time on Superstonk promoting my exit DD. And his own shitty or their own shitty exit DD. He was like, this exit DD is really good, but I'm too smooth for it, so check mine out. He must have posted that like 5,000 fucking times. Like that exact comment. So you're telling me I just timed the top perfectly with my put? Maybe. I think we're just gonna kind of chop, honestly. Like, we failed the breakout. There's not a lot of time left in the day. CNS close could be like the next catalyzing moment, but I don't know which way it's gonna break. I guess I could look at dark pool volume for today. 49.6%. Ooh, that's interesting. Dropping utilization, and we're not running. That was higher earlier. This must have been a dark pool print. Or a little bit of both. What time is that? 4:15. I need to add that to my list. I think we've had a couple of those at that time recently. No, just try to make a list of times to watch out for these dark pool settlements. Like, we're always so focused on 1269, but it's not the only one that comes in the latter half of the day, right? It's just usually the one that leads into other ones. 1369. No, the computer share buy-ins usually come in early in the morning, and they're usually on the 15th and 30th. Like the scheduled buy-ins. Well, usually when they drop like when utilization drops, we see an increase in price. And I mean, we're seeing like a little bump here into the end of the day, but not a lot. So I'm curious to see what the DIX is going to look like after today. We'll see if we fall below the moving average again. If utilization starts to fall off hard, that's not a good signal. Well, it's not a bad signal. It's just a bearish signal. No, it's okay. I can look up the DIX on my own. I appreciate it, though. When you look up the DIX, can you share the pics? Yeah, of course. What if I want to look at the DIX? Go look at it. What is DIX increase in 1269? And selling CCs is stressful. Is it? I just had black cod for the first time, not bad. Miso? Was it like miso glazed? Miso glazed black cod is muy delicioso. You know, selling cover calls isn't stressful if you just don't give a fuck. It takes a lot of the stress out of it and the anxiety. Selling CCs is stressful when you don't own 100 shares. Yeah, that's a different story. Thanks, Crizzles. Hood halted? That's weird. The fuck? It's like a shitload of volume. Someone's gonna buy him out. Watch. Where's the news? Hood was the real MOASS. Yeah, but it's up $1 on 1.5 million volume. Interesting. We're gonna find out that Melvin's real short was Robin Hood. Someone always knows. Yeah. Or the market maker just hedged all that flow all at once. Bankman Fried's FTX says seeking path for Robinhood deal. Someone had to come in and buy it. Too valuable to let it die, right? You explain why RC opened the member stream to the poors this weekend? Benevolence. Also, he didn't want to listen to me explain FINRA deferments all week long. Will the buyer get all of that sweet Dogecoin? You don't think Robinhood offloaded their bags? What if I DRS my hood stack and posted it on SS? That'd be funny. I mean, it's definitely gonna get deleted, but it'd be funny. RC buys hood, turns on 100% share lending for every account, then recalls everything. What do you think TFV said that buying Jimmy at 150 was still a good price point? It's not bad. Believe me, people with 150 cost bases are far happier than people with 250 cost bases. I have with a 7.8 133p. When do you think is the ideal date for them to drop them, considering IV and also being in the money? I don't have an exit strategy. I'm trying to become more respectable. Well, you're $3 in the money right now. Generally, your contracts are a little safer once they're in the money. I mean, you're not in the money by a significant percentage, and obviously that could slip very quickly, right? But the move back down to like that 128 level is not out of the question where we're currently trading. About to full port into hood. It's kind of compelling. I wonder what they'd be getting bought out at. What's their current market cap? Is this just how we cement our evil into super stonk lore? Is by going long hood? I mean, figure they offer them like 15. Even 10 would be bullish as fuck. I wouldn't do it now. I would absolutely wait. The hipster bag meme stocks like hood again. Now they're hitting us with that downside volume. Current market cap is a few JetBlue shares, a bag of Wetzel's pretzels, and that one guy's 3 Cheetos. You know what the shorts didn't know, turd? Is that Wetzel's pretzels has several locations in various gas stops, like gas stations across the country, and truck stops and gas stations. Who needs Occidental when you have fried dough dipped in synthetic cheese? Exactly. Sometimes you just have to fill up your own tank instead of your car, turd. Then you can just run there on the extra calories. Why is the hood halt so long? Probably because they're looking to see if it's like a buyout. Remember, FOMO's likely to just get you killed. You can be patient, see what happens with it. Instructions unclear. Pooped in the cigarette lighter. God damn it. Unhalted and ripping. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not chasing this shit. Maybe I'm chasing this shit. Alright. Well, you have to buy the puts afterwards. Buy out at $9 a call. Your calls are toast. Or $9 a share. I mean, that doesn't mean they're gonna agree to that, right? I'm just gonna try to sell my calls for slightly more than I bought them for. Ew. That was fun. It's like the market maker knew the exact price it was gonna be bought out at. Fair and transparent markets for everyone. Those calls are green for 0.3 seconds. I mean, I sold them for 1 cent more than I bought them for, but then I lost 5 cents a contract on commissions. You held hood just as long as the execs did at the IPO? Yeah. Oh, CNIS closed. Guys. I'm a simple man. I see a rug, I pull. Yeah. I lost $2.27 on Hood. I want a refund. Yeah, but if it hit $10, right, the money. I was gonna buy puts, but I missed it. Don't worry, it's clawing its way back up into this fucking stupid channel. Lost 15 cents on a Hood play. So if you find something that's breaking out like that, and it continues to break, right, which is rare, but if it does continue to break after you've discovered it, you can make a lot of money on them, but you have to have very, very tight stops. It's almost better to enter the position with a limit sell and just try to like 1x your calls or something like that. My house is getting repossessed due to my Hood losses. Popcorn trader seem like Moonwind. I mean, you can. It's a, like sleep talking. It's effectively scalping, right? The market turned off the buy button on Hood. Hashtag crime. We're gonna find out that Hood was the real short all along. I bought Hood on my paper account, down 3K in 30 seconds. Jesus Christ. Here's the attack of the idiot stocks. I mean, this must be MOASS, right? I bought... What the fuck is a put call? You just can't diamond fist them, maybe, Lewis. You have to be able to get in and out because, yes, GameStop's volatile right now. And with the borrow rate high and FTDs, and especially the in-the-money call exercising, our, like, intraday price is pretty drastic. Now I have to disclose my Hood trade on my tax return. So embarrassing. I mean, no you don't. Is BlackBerry gonna run now? The ye old put call. Fucking what is that? Put call same like cat dog? Synthetic long? But I'm assuming he's long both, which would make it a straddle? Put call same like long short? what a put call is. I think you said it was a typo. Oh. I wish I saw the follow-up. After studying your plays over the last year, I've noticed that you're rarely wrong. You're just a tad early. Undercut your cat play, and I'm not rich. Thanks, Pickle. That's because I am generally more risk averse. Or I try to be. I think it's because I actively try to be risk averse. Is there any sense in holding GME puts weeklies overnight if you think after hours and PM there might be downward pressure? I mean, there's always a risk in holding weekly calls overnight. But if you're in the money, like how in the money are you? Are you at like 135 or? Even when I'm chasing, I'm pretty risk averse. I bought like at the money calls with a stop, right? Just like if something's running up, right? Hard, and you buy an in the money call and you place the order with the limit sell at like whatever percentage you want. I mean, this isn't really unlike you have a stop. It's not really that bad. Should probably learn the spot thing you speak of. Was that a put call? Exactly. That's the long short put call. You can depends on the brokerage. Some brokerages let you place the order with the limit already in place. Some don't. Remember that time you were long hood? Good times. Yeah, for like 5 seconds. It was great. Thanks, Vlad. Great. Now I'll forever be that put call guy. Might as well just change your name to Patrick Put Call Lambden. You have to embrace it. Embrace the idiocy. Should I load up on 140C Leap Weeklies? Okay, a Leap Weekly is... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. Alright. BBY needs to address RC's requests or dismiss them, right? Very passive aggressive to just ignore and not respond shortly after earnings. I mean, I think they have to address them by the shareholders meeting. They're also known as Leaplies. Jesus Christ. Christ. Don't call them that. That's gonna set off like a whole fucking thing. Put call versus Lee, please. Uh, do you like Forex trading? Not particularly. Then again, I don't think anybody does. I don't think anybody's like, Forex is the best. Do you change how your YouTube name appears in here without actually changing it? I mean, you don't have to change your email, but yeah, you can change the way your name appears. Is buying call and selling put same like share? Just do it the other way around, but yes. Synthetic long. 950 Lee, please. I trade Forex by going to the bank and exchanging dollars to pesos and then back again the same day. Interesting. You just like wait outside? Every drug dealer on my Instagram thinks Forex is the best. Why are drug dealers trading Forex? You need to get better drug dealers on your Instagram, I think, Bristo. Uh, Dang, that's a weird looking chart. Is it? Really not that extreme. I was listening on Discord, but now I'm here. What's up, TV? I'll donate 50,000 Iranian Rial if you make Jimmy go up. I'm sorry, turd. I hope it does. I hope I'm wrong and ETFs buy in tomorrow or Wednesday, but I don't think they will, man. Wait, isn't the market over on Wednesday? It's like vacation time. God, I don't want to trade a recession. It's going to be so awful. Worse yet, I don't want to trade a depression. School stock video on Lee, please? Maybe. In depression, you just trade Prozac. Trade tents. No opinion, AM. Trade recession, same like buying puts. No. Recessions are big flat. Boring as shit. We're not in a recession yet, officially, Papa Muff. How about a video entitled Knowing When to Get the Fuck Out? It seems self-explanatory, right? Just trade coffins. How do I make millions off violent horizontal trading? Strangles? What constitutes a recession? Back-to-back quarters of negative GDP. That's what a strangle is. Max. So simple, man. Thank you for becoming a Cornichon, dude. I appreciate it. Gross domestic put calls. I wonder if we're gonna get some end of day volume here. I'm surprised we haven't seen like a little mutual fund buying on GameStop today. Also, because it got moved a tiny bit. Maybe it all settled up last Friday. What defines a depression? I think it's 3 years of declining growth or a drop in GDP of more than 10%. So 2 quarters of negative growth is a recession. And 3 years of negative growth is a depression. Or 10% drop in GDP. My port has been depressed since the moment I opened it. But what about the JetBlue merger? I want to say sorry for all the fuss over the weekend. I appreciate the hard work. No problem, man. I get it. Have you seen all the videos of farmers talking about prices that are going to hit in the fall for chicken, pork, beef? I've seen a few talking about chicken at $12 a pound. Well, There's a thing for that. We're gonna go long beef. Beef, chicken, poultry. Or beef, poultry, and pork. Buy some fucking Hormel stock. What's this shit looking like? Ooh. Could be fun. Are we ready to take that step in bearishness and go full cow? Who's ready to go full bull on cow? Greased up hogs from MOASS. Is Slim Jim its own company? Ooh, rough. Hmm. This motherfucker is gonna make me so rich. How many O'Reillys do you own? Enough? What percent cash am I sitting on? Mm, like available to trade today? Maybe like 20%. Usually between like 20 and 40%, though. When O'Reilly split? I have no idea. Oh, it's ConAgra. Fucking Slim Jim's ripping right now. Jesus Christ, they got murdered in 08, though. Hmm. Yeah, kind of boring. Fucking BTU's killing it today. Double bottom. Sounds like a mistake, Spider. This is a WeBull. Yeah, probably Barry. As the bullwhip like extends further into the like further towards the retail side of the economy, like manufacturers will start to recover sooner, right? And that usually drives interest into commodities. That and a recession drives interest into commodities. You need an FAQ page? Seriously? Nah. How do you think Cat will react to the market if the market drops hard Wednesday? I don't think it'll react positively. Listen, if you're long on something and there's a market crash, you're probably fucked. I'll add Leapley's to the wiki FAQ. Done. Thanks, Fluffy. Did you guys read in the Maxine Waters report how afraid of WeBull Robinhood was? I'm long on short-dated Leapley's. How will I do during a depression? Oh, you're fucked. Good thing you're employed as my alarm clock. When's a good time to buy into wheat? It's very cheap right now. We need a lot of time on it. It's more of like a secure play that like wheat will increase in price than it is like you're gonna make 10x your initial investment type of play. Did you pull back your CCs but keep your puts? No, I just pulled everything back. Pickle man, does whatever a pickle can. Does TA every day. Answers questions every way. Look out. Here comes the pickle man. Thank you, 6'3" Dan Berto. Beautiful. You put in the FAQ what FAQ stands for. Thanks, big guy. Oh, it just means FAQ. Thanks, Tatzel. What's supposed to happen on Wednesday? I'm out of the loop. Oh, we get to finally officially enter a recession. It's a recession party. Don't miss it. They might print hard if the market tanks hard as fuck. Yeah, that's true. The reason I closed the puts is because of Gamma tomorrow. I think if the market rallies back tomorrow, which it may not, but if it does, I don't want to have a bunch of puts while active funds gap GameStop up $10. Makes sense? Calling it now when the recession is made official on Wednesday, the SPY will run plus 5%. Well, because now it'll know it's in a recession, right? As soon as the SPY knows what it's doing, it gets excited. I think they tried to fudge the numbers last quarter. Remember, they were like, oh, well, we're going to recheck that data. And then they came out with another GDP report that was even worse. Dead cat's gotta bounce. You know, I feel like if you take a dead cat and you throw it against the ground, it's probably not going to bounce a lot. More of like a squishing. What the fuck was that? Hold on. I fucking hate my apartment. Was it the SEC? You mean doing their job? Unlikely. Ignoring my Ko-Fi. Rude. Wait, I hadn't ignored it yet. Oh, praise be to Pickle Daddy and to the lady review op. First chug in the new house. Riku. Oh, congratulations, dude. Why don't you pay for more comfort instead of slumming it? I don't know. Cheaper to slum it. Will you hold cat through Wednesday? I bought August calls, so probably. Will you sell covered calls on O? I always do. I just pull them back before the dividend. Is the pickle in the jar message on Ko-Fi a coded allusion to your preferences this month? What? No, it's always been there. I think my neighbor's assembling something. Or getting railed really hard. I'm not sure, but it sounds more like tools being used that well, I guess that could also be getting railed really hard. Good for her. She can't be getting FAQ'd. It's her OnlyFans power hour. Oh no, hanging up pictures would be the other possibility, or assembling something. She's trying to see if the dead cattle bounce. If the report on Wednesday is bad, do you think that stuff will change since others haven't yet done so? Serious question. If the report on Wednesday is bad, do you think that stuff will change since others haven't yet done so? Are you sure this is a serious question? If the report on Wednesday is bad, we're in a recession. I don't know what effect that'll have on the market. I think the market should already expect it, though. I do. I don't expect GDP to have increased over the last quarter. Unless we've just been selling that oil like crazy. Why don't you put "This is WeBull" sticker on the screen? Because they don't pay me. She might be installing soundproofing because she's tired of hearing full bull after losing her port on Leapley's for Neopex. Maybe. I'm buying $11 worth of spy puts for Wednesday. $50 out of the money. Just so you know, if the market moves down 20%, it's done for the day. Lost 25% of our oil when Biden canned the Keystone Pipeline and cut federal land leases for oil. Go buy a Tesla. Or just buy Tesla stock. If you can't afford a Tesla. That sounds like quitter mentality. If they report positive numbers, would the market call bullshit and still drop? No, usually not how that works. That was in response to you selling, we're selling oil to pump our GDP. I want to get a Model S now to spite you. Okay. Nothing like buying depreciating assets. Good job, Moon. One of these days, I'm going to get an absolutely killer trade that makes up 1/3 of my losses, and you'll be jealous. Valerie Winsley, Alexandria Petrova says it more profitable to buy VIX calls or SPY puts in the event of the SPY dropping 20%. Oh, SPY puts. Well, after a long, hard day of positioning myself perfectly into my cap position, I've managed to make $48 of unrealized gains. Am I doing the market right? Yeah. Oh, this shit's over. Ding ding. 129.69. That's kind of bullish. All right, all right, guys. So I think we saw a little bit of a push down this morning just to get us back to spot from a few days ago, like all the way back. Right here, canceling out the rest of that tiny bit of gamma exposure that carried over the weekend. After that, they really didn't seem to show a lot of interest in shorting. We mostly traded with active funds throughout the midday into the afternoon, and in line with the SPY. I still think that, we're not going to see a lot of positive price action this week. We've broken down from the the upper trend that we were on, testing against this resistance. And plenty of room to the downside if we break below 126. So not looking super bullish for the near term. Obviously, I'm going to be following and making sure that if we see any signs of them moving to cover or anything like that, we can warn people. But with the GDP report coming this Wednesday, there may be a downturn in the market overall, and that's going to probably drag us down given that we don't have any buying support currently. So be aware of that. Be careful entering really anything in this choppy period. It's, there's money to be made because GameStop moves so much every day, like $5-7 up and down, but and largely due to that high volatility driven by the in the money calls being exercised, because when they exercise those, it drives our price up. And so there is money to be made, but you have to be careful. Make sure you have tight stops. Directionally, though, I don't really have a lot of confidence in a hard move either direction right now. Maybe towards the latter half of this week, we can see more downside. But right now, I still think we're going to just trade in this range for a little bit longer. I'm going to see what happened to utilization today. I do think it fell off. Dark pool volume was relatively low. So if utilization did fall off, that's a bearish signal. And maybe we'll get a couple more signals to help us get an idea of what's going to happen. I do think we saw some calls selling off, so the chain should weaken a little bit. Gamma Max may come down, although I do think a lot of the Gamma Max calls are kind of far dated, like the ones supporting Gamma Max. What about FTDs? So FTDs today were nominal. I don't think they were very high. As we approach the May OPEX period, we'll have that MM and ETF FTD overlap, and I'll let you guys know. I'll chart that out and try to get a picture up for you guys so you have an idea of when that period will occur. But that period's generally not a lot of upside, right? Patrick put call Lambton. Beautiful. Over $5,000 of 120 put volume for July 15th today. Yeah. But we also saw them burn fucking 120 million of puts 2 weeks ago. So let's get something a little more confirmable than them just buying out of the money puts, right? Maybe in the money puts, some actual pressure to the downside instead of what could largely be marking long of FTDs. $129.69 full bull. Yeah, well, we'll see what tomorrow looks like. There should be a little gamma exposure carryover from the market's rally on Friday.
I mean, the market did not return back to its spot price by any means. So there's definitely some leftover exposure carrying into tomorrow, and that could give us a little bit of upside, which may be an opportunity to, get some cover calls in place, or maybe buy back into some puts for, whatever's going to come Wednesday, or maybe straddles, depending on how Wednesday turns out. If you want something even more risk averse. But yeah, I think that's about it. Overall on the day, kind of let's see here. I'll pull this out to the 1 hour. We look good. I think we'll still find support here though for now. Unless they unlock some large amount of liquidity to short us, which, we don't really have any significant evidence of currently. Then we should be able to stabilize in this range. They are kind of stair-stepping us. We'll see if that continues. But I think even if they stair-step us down tomorrow, we'll still get hung up on this like 126 support. I think this will hold pretty strong. It's probably our strongest support in $20 in either direction. And so that's about it. Or at least those are my thoughts on that for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
hydrate. Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.